prisoners and putting them in a pen, and all she wants to do is dance, dance. Rebels been rebels since I don't know when, and all she wants to do is dance. Molotov cocktail, the local drink, and all she wants to do is dance, dance, and mix them up right in the kitchen sink, and all she wants to do is dance. Crazy people walking around with blood in their eyes, and all she wants to do is dance, dance, dance. While that pistol wavers who ain't afraid to die, and all she wants to do is, all she wants to do is dance. And no romance, she can't feel the heat coming off the street. She wants to party, she wants to get down. All she wants to do is, all she wants to do is dance. Well, the government bugged the men's room, the local disco lounge, and all she wants to do is dance, dance, to keep the boys from selling all the weapons they can scrounge. And all she wants to do is dance. Yeah, but that don't keep the boys from making a buck or two. And all she wants to do is dance, dance. They still can sell the army all the drugs that they can do. And all she wants to do is, all she wants to do is dance and make romance. Made the airport for the last plane out. As we taxied down the runway, I could hear the people shout. They said, don't come back here, Yankee, but if I ever do, I'll bring more money, cause all she wants to do is dance and make romance. No matter the heat coming off the street, she wants to party, she wants to get down. All she wants to do is, all she wants to do is dance and make romance. All she wants to do is dance.
Yeah, this one amuses me.
But I've been forgotten, now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? But I've been forgotten, now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? But I've been forgotten, now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? But I've been forgotten, now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? But I've been forgotten, now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? But I've been forgotten, now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? But I've been forgotten, now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? I'm caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy, I need no sympathy. 'Cause it's easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Any way the wind blows doesn't really matter to me, to me. Mama, I just killed a man. I put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I'm gonna throw it all away. Mama, anyway the wind blows. I didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, 'cause it doesn't really matters. Too late.
Damn it, now they won't let me play Queen or Freddy. And they're my favorites of all time. If I have to play them via Hasty Dixie, I'm gonna do it. I'm over their bullshit here.
Time has come, send shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody, I gotta go. I gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, I don't wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. I see a little silhouette of a man, Scaramouche, Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Galileo, Galileo Figaro. I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family, sparing his heart with his monstrosity. Easy come, easy go, will you let me go? This belong. Ain't no way you can let me go. This belong. Ain't no way you can let me go.
I love some AC Dixie though. I discovered it when I was like a preteen, I think, right? I think my stepdad might have introduced me to him with, I believe, if I'm correct, an AC/DC tune they did. Yeah. Who the hell is that? I don't know. That's Aerosmith. This is one of my favorites by them. Me.
With so much drama in the LBC, it's kinda hard being Snoop the old double G, but somehow, someway, keep coming up funky as shit nearly every single.
It's hard, y'all.
Yeah, may I kick a little something for the G's and make a few ends as I breeze through. Cause it's 2 in the morning and the party's still jumping. Cause my mama ain't home. I got bitches in the living room getting it on, and they ain't leaving till 6 in the morning. So what you wanna do? I got a pocket full of rubbers and my homeboys do too. So turn out the lights, close the doors, but what? We don't love them whores, and we're gonna smoke an ounce to this. Ease up, hose down while your motherfuckers bounce there. And I'm rolling down the street, smoking in, no, sipping on gin and juice, laid back. Money on my mind. Rolling down the street, smoking in, no, sipping on gin and juice, laid back. Money on my mind.
I mean, AC Dixie gets me, man. But as I recall, I was introduced to them as a preteen, and the first thing I heard from them was one of their AC/DC covers. Oh my god, they've done a version of Eye of the Tiger. No way. Well, apparently 11 years ago. All I can ever see now, every time I hear that song, is fucking Jensen Ackles and Supernatural. Which, once you see that and hear it, you just can't unsee it. Let's see what else.
The crackers are a past, present, and will always be my go-to snack.
Ladies and gentlemen, twice yearly prep is here. One office visit every 6 months, 2 times a year for HIV.
Chances. Well, the distance now, I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the Eye Tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And hanging tough and staying hungry. It's that the odds so take to the street, kill with the skill to survive. It's the eye of tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last no survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Here they come.
Ooh, those chords right there feel like, it's interesting. I wonder if they meant to. Anyway.
Rising up, straight to the top. Had the guts, got the glory. At the distance now, I'm not gonna stop. Just a man with his will to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last no survivor stalks his prey.
You know what? I'm gonna be really pissed if YouTube also kicks everything into oblivion for like 30 to 60 days over Hasty Dixie. I'm gonna be really pissed. Anyway, and the others there, you know. But, you know. Things that are almost right, but not. You want them to be, but they're not. Things that sound like other things, but still aren't quite. You know. Things that look like or sound like. Never quite what they appear. Anyway. Cheap versions of, I guess, but some amusing, some not. Alright. Rather fitting. Anyway. Y'all, it was brought to my attention one of the dubious dipshits is, doing things. I think I was, maybe I was supposed to have histrionics or something, but I don't know, but whatever. I just find everything yawn worthy. At this point, the redundancy, the goofbag bullshit of it all. The intentional nature of some shit, obviously. It's been years of it. Years of it. And I mean that sincerely, obviously. I just, and there are a few things I want to get to tonight. I know I've not been on recently, obviously, for reasons on certain days. Others have just not been feeling my best lately. And a whole lot of things personally and locally that are occurring. So, it's just been a lot of stuff going on. Anyway, and I finally found some free time this evening, I guess, or tonight, or whatever the fuck it is, somewhere around the world near you. And so I thought, well, I'll get on for a bit. Touch base on a few things, share a few things. See what the fuck the ludicrous nature of all this horseshit is. To me, it reeks the same shit, different day cycle. It's always been. Whole lot of Christopher Columbus going on. I'm so tired of that fucking dude. And the entire goddamn team. Can't say that enough. Whatever else, like YouTube bastards, criminal organization, whatever the hell, ring circuit, fucking circus of doom. Anyway, I want to check something real quick. I also want to point out how pathetic and stupid and terrible it was of some of you to not even remember summer on the 15th, but to manage to put out garbage ass propaganda in pieces about me. I mean, that was a fucking waste. Shows what your real intention is, doesn't it? I found that pretty shitty. I also found it pretty shitty that some of these that have been closest to the wells, like lockdown and stuff, could do with share Grace's basement. Couldn't even use Summer's name. Instead, they referred to her as this story. Found that pretty shitty. But I tried to stay as far away from this fucking place as I could in this couple days. Obviously, I've stuck with the real news for the most part. And I did know that Begs for Bullshit over in the UK was going to do her whatever piece of goddamn garbage that ended up being. I've not tapped anything to see. I don't care to, really. And a few other things, I don't know. I just, y'all terrible, right? Terrible on here, as always. And I guess Freaks is back to beating everybody in the room again. Is it like, all the wieners are cool over here, man. Oh. Back in the day when that one first started appearing and they wanted me to think that was Benny. I think it is. It's hard to tell right here, though. Shit, I don't know. Which version? So, my God. Are you fucking serious? Holy shit, you spaz. Holy shit. What the fuck? Yeah, Jesus Christ. What a loser. Well, there, I hope that propaganda and horseshit works out for you. I'm sure it is, or something. Nobody gives a shit, okay? So anyway, fucking loser. Alright. So, God, why is it always like this? Why are you people like this? Don't answer that. Okay. Oh, I know what it was. Now if I can just remember the fucking doofus's name. Shit. Oh, that was it. That was it.
I was the first one to ever.
Now look, guys. I'm not sure if y'all are aware. I know a lot through the years. They come and go. Some forget. Which is really essentially what this place banks on. Or they make you forget, or you're new around these blocks, which if y'all are, I encourage you to run far, far away as fast as you can, somewhere where there's actual quote true crime that covers it responsibly. Which hell if I know where that's at on the internet, but it ain't here. Um, in this little cesspool of shit stains, it, whatever. Um, but let me tell you a little something. Okay, I don't know how many of you are aware, but everything Dubay is dubious at best is done is like Christopher Columbus times four. Well, four times removed at this point. Whatever dubious is done or is going to do, for the most part, has been done about 16 times. And that's not a joke. That's not. Everybody from the Juanitas, Serafina's, Nerdies, Cam's, Jamie's, to even Don Buggles, everything bullshit over Buchanan, all of them have done it. Alright? Potato Sacks, Throning, Bays Mountain, Domtar, Running Deer, you name it, dude. It's been done. Uh, the Green Belt, like, every time I see that motherfucker pop out acting like he's searching, like, for some of us, we know it's already been done. And we all know that Don B and others and Jamie's, they were already following Seraphina's mapping shit, just like Ryan come out doing, swearing right before Andy wasn't going to do such a fucking thing to the public, blah, 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 right? Also, if anybody remembers, originally he said he wasn't into God, now he is because religion sells. Just like they didn't have magical spirits and didn't believe in psychics either, but Jen got magical ones overnight, that type of shit. Anyway, so in case anyone's unaware, everything just about that dude does has been done. It's been done. Photo drones searched, whatever. Get it out. It's been done. Okay? Like, Cam and Allie were bad enough. Alright, motherfuckers, they were. But, this is just getting monotonous, this fucking douchebag over here. Swear to God. Which, of course, is redundancy. I mean, it's, willingness to attack or willingness to use Seraphina's pins to target us, the abusers. They got him golden tickets to places, basically to use them as hit pieces to fuck with I and others, obviously, and nothing to do with Summer in the least. But that boy has a problem. He has a Napoleon Dynamite complex. Sorry, not the Dynamite. Napoleon. I'm sorry. Just tiny little Napoleon, man. Complex. Uh, fame whoring. I don't know. Most he's a super genius or Fed love, whatever. I don't know. Catch me. He thinks he's Leonardo DiCaprio. He wants to be. We don't know. A whole lot of things. You know, it's ridiculous. Ugh. Khaki makes me gag, you know. So anyway, I'm not touching that button over there. That's all I'm saying. I don't care to. Maybe we will by the time this is done. I don't know. I don't really want to. Just, I was made aware of the headline. What was occurring. Right. And I was like, I also don't even want to really fuck with it because I feel like it's all distraction, garbage. Same shit's been for years. Right. And there is so much more I wish I could add to that fucking statement and expound upon. Maybe one day I will. I'm sure I might ever get the chance one day, and it seems necessary. Anyway, I just thought we'd do a walk down memory lane for reasons, you know. Um, all right, we'll just do a walk down memory lane. May not finish it all because honestly, it shit made me yawn. And I think this was before I was hit with that old cease and desist shit by Cam out when I think I'd already come out and said something. No, it's the following spring from this, I believe. And it took to the next, like, early the next year for me to say something. But it was obvious and apparent to both two brain cells rubbed together that what you were seeing even from the beginning were some folks falling off the wagon entirely and clearly intoxicated. Boy, I said some shit and I got woo! And then this place hit it for years intentionally because Cam and Allie had preferred meat access, and And then, boy, when it was time to get Cam and Allie off, didn't they 50-50 set that shit up real nice? Yeah, I mean, like, come on. And then everybody's like, oh, God. Like, the proof is there, man. They hid that shit. All these creators did and then feigned that they were ignorant of it until, yeah, bullshit, they knew what was going on. Yeah, but anyway, that's neither here nor there, but yeah. So, I just want to take a walk down memory lane with, absolutely, definitely, Bees Blew the Hand Off Brigade over here. Alright. Yeah. God. I don't even know if her stomach listening to her. Because in the beginning, like, you could clearly tell the boy was already faced. But it got worse and worse and worse. I mean, what you can identify. And I watched so many tens of thousands come through and be like just blind to it, not be able to recognize it. And others trying so hard, as far as creators go, to hide it, cleanse chats of it, when everybody clearly knew what was going on, and then came in and still anything under Jesus. She really pissed me off, but what, you know. You And that boy does draw a real mean mustache on fake federal agents. Anyway, just to keep with the script and not get everybody busted. All right.
In the military in my family. When I got out, I knew that I wanted to go.
Someone, he goes and they go where helicopters can't. So this is going to be really. So we got a good show for everybody. We're going to go.
Now look, this live only has like 3,000 views, even this many years later. But this was like November 21. Okay, and I don't remember if that was before or after this dude had been on the news with certain folks. I really don't. I've had to look at it for the dates, but anyway, I want to say it was before. Could be wrong. Oh, it's been so many years. Anyway, I did mean to go through certain stuff and eat over some lovely behind the scenes bullshittery that was occurring at the time during some of this for a few months in between fall of 21 and spring and summer of 22 between this group and this character and all the others around one too. Weird times, man, but I didn't quite get to that tonight, and I'm a little tired already, y'all. I am. I've been watering gardens and doing all the things and yada 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 today, and I'm still not at my best right now. So anyway, let's carry on here.
First, I'm going to bring Chris, for our special guest from First to Deploy UAS Response Team. It's been a pleasure meeting him. He goes and they go where helicopters can't.
Now, part of the reason this thing only got 3,000 views even back then was because this was like the night before Thanksgiving, I believe. So anyway, and also, took a little building if can. So anyway, okay, guy, whatever you say. Almost 5 years ago, Cam.
This is going to be really interesting. I think he's got a lot of knowledge that will help everybody understand what they do, what they can do, and I really have been looking forward to this. So I will pull him up here real quick and let him introduce himself, and then me and him together are going to go over and show you guys. We were going to pick just 5 missing children from the state of Virginia and 5 from the state of Tennessee. And, once I started looking at the numbers that are missing in these 2 states, it would be wrong of me not to just show you and scroll down what's been going on. So let me pull him up, and I will give.
Pick 5 and 5 for what? I don't. But anyway,
A chance to get in here. It's growing right now. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for coming over. And the day before Thanksgiving, I know people are going to be traveling. Be safe out there. But maybe we'll give you something good to listen to as y'all are driving or whatever you're doing tonight, cooking. I know there's going to be a lot of people busy. But here is Chris. Hey, buddy, how are you doing?
Hey, Cam, I'm doing fantastic. How about you?
Doing well tonight, man. Been looking forward to this. So I wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce yourself, and then we'll go over the list I've got kind of pulled up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Where should I start, man? I've been flying drones for years as a hobby. Using them for vacation and to get great pictures and videos of some amazing places around the world.
You out there, Don B? Yeah. Oh god.
He's been interested in, kind of how drones were used for public service. It's kind of caught my interest. But I realized that, it's not easy. It's not just as easy as showing up to a case and saying, "Hey, I'm here. What do you want me to fly?"
Right.
That will get you a bad name quickly. So I took the time to start studying and learning what I needed to do to get involved with public service.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Anyway. Yeah. Otherwise, we could all just take our Walmart drones and just show up at any scene and be like, "Hey, officer, you want me flying my fucking drone?" Oh, man.
I met a wonderful nonprofit group. Most of you all know them as EquiSearch. Through them, I was able to meet who is my mentor, Gene Robinson. Gene is known.
Yeah, you gotta get that nonprofit in there, don't you? That Goodwill tier system they all got going around here. Like, was it Light Check or whatever over there? And I don't know, adventures with pedophiles or something, or fuck that was. Then Doug and I'm gonna purpose to delete us the courtroom shit. Like, come on. Well, then, I don't know. There's always this tiered system. These nonprofit, then they be paying their wives like 200 grand a year and themselves whatever. But then all the volunteer searchers are, well, totally volunteer and searching. It's like, what the fuck? What? I'm confused. You know, and most of those people paying for their own plane tickets and shit to go to searches and crap. It's like fucking wild, man. Anyway, but yeah. Everybody around here's got their damn non-profit, don't they? Well, yeah. I think Trevor had one. EcoSearch got one, dude wrong. I don't know. Fucking probably Gray Hughes. They just ain't that wrong. EcoSearch, they all be doing stuff. Yeah. It makes me sad. There's reasons it makes me sad. Namely, that, well, if people wanted all this equipment, things, all this shit be available in ways and methods and search and rescue and all this to be better in their areas and local areas instead of doing anything. I mean, there are generally links to your local search and rescues, or hell, go drop it off in person, or go vote correctly at your, next uh, local election cycle. And make sure to stay on top of, boards of mayor and aldermen and leaders and all that, so that funding and all this and taxes are correct, so that, it goes and gears towards search and rescue and police, and to where they have the equipment and the training to bust out this stuff themselves. And no nonprofits needed. What if I told you that? I'm just saying. Wild, wild fucking concept, right? Wild.
The grandfather of search and rescue with drones. He's an amazing guy. He knows everything there is to be known about drones. That's when I kind of noticed the uptick in missing children in our area, which is East Tennessee, Southwest.
Suddenly noticed. Seems weird. I guess so, tired. I just suddenly noticed. And it's always just like, oh my God, all the babies are vanishing suddenly. And that's not even true. Always that shit. And I don't mean just hair or hammering. I mean, it has been so prevalent in the last 10 years. It's propaganda for everything. I get so tired of hearing it from politics to everything else. Save the babies. Then turns out nobody gives a shit about the babies. Or the women. You just like bang that same old drum throughout history. You know? For everything. Every emperor and ruler and leader and, you know, some asshole in pointy hats over religions, whatever the hell, you know, the crusade, say the babies, the women. But then also, well, fuck all that. Man, that's exactly what it is every time. The world does love using us all, don't they? So anyway, y'all know how I feel about it, man.
Just like Cam was saying, and I wanted to help curb that. So I thought to myself, what could I do? What is it that Chris, could do to?
I don't understand that statement in particular from way back. I noticed a sudden uptick in all the vanishing babies somehow in Tennessee or Virginia or something. What can I do to help curb that? Well, that would be prevention. Let's say curb that. You don't do things after they vanish. That's not how you do. You see? Seems like if the thing was to curb it, it'd be prevention. Help of some kind, not after the fact. I mean, I don't know. Because that's how you think of it. Depends.
Difference in my community.
Exactly.
So Gene wrote a book, and that book was called First to Deploy. With his blessing, I started my nonprofit, which I now call First to Deploy.
That denotes a rather lack of imagination. You know? It's weird. It's like that weird foundation or whatever Trevor had up just on or advertised on the crap, right? The Gabby one. Which is supposedly named after like classmate, was killed because of DV, etc., right? But it only really started being heavy advertised by Trevor, Justin, Justin McDonough. Mm-hmm. With Gabby Petito's case in full swing. And then there was wonky shit that appeared with all that. So then that got yeeted out of existence. That was weird times. And then let's not forget Trevor pulled his own shit all over a domestic violence victim in order to win his little card, Duck Duck Goose, after the park vigil or whatever, because him and Ryan sit there like, pick me, At that particular one, I think that was the first of the butterflies and violin one, if I recall. And Trevor got picked, but first he had to shit on me on bricks. Yeah, and domestic violence, all that crap. That was an amazing thing to behold. It's really like they're all but like, isn't it? They gotta do that in order to get the golden tickets to 110, 125, wherever else. Even if it goes against the very grain of what they're created about, like, I don't know, being DV advocates. Yeah. They'll do it to get further. And Trevor really wants into local government politics. I can just tell you, it's a perfect fucking place for that little bastard. He's so good at what he does, wearing 43 masks and acquiring people around high-profile active crimes and stuff for big data. You make a good politician. Douchebags. Anyway, carrying on.
Yeah, that's awesome. When you were explaining that to me, and I was like, and what Gene has done and helped you with, and I was like, that's really commendable.
It does bring to mind how many Reindeer. Have you noticed how many creators name their channels after people, things, etc., high in algorithms or famous things, shit like that? It's so they can be brought higher up in algorithms, dude. But they can follow in the footsteps. They can also confuse public, accidentally bring us to themselves and hide easier when the time comes. Like it inevitably does in each high-profile, active, ongoing investigation they've tampered with. But it's like Ziggy, right? Her name is, like, until this was not even, like, she follows several others. Look at Ryan can't find shit over there. There are real people that are really famous to have that name, right? I don't know. It seems like a thing, doesn't it? Repetitive, really, around here. And done in many ways. But you just never know, do you? Maybe it's totally a respectful thing. Blessings. Special hearts and such.
That he's done that because we need somebody that has the technology you have here, and there's a lot of people where we live, and if people aren't familiar with that, we live right here in East Tennessee, Southwest Virginia, where Summer went missing, and just like you're saying, man, when you really see what the numbers of missing children around here, it makes you really step up and say, what can I do for this community? So I'll let you go with what you were saying, but I just was wanting to agree with you there.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Can we all just take a moment and go beyond false bullshit and propaganda and everything else, and just for once say that most missing children and young adults and adolescents, things like that, are actually runaways or familial kidnapping? Yeah, I don't know how you phrase that, but it's usually custody stuff. They're found pretty quickly, etc. Da da da, and somebody forgets to take them out. But could we all just for once be sane and step into reality? Can we just do that every now and then? Instead of can we just do that? For Lord's sakes. And most of those kids that are running away are running away from dopehead parents and shit. Not the best lifestyles or abuse on their reasons. Most do not. Now, don't get me wrong, there's teenage years where, they take off and hoof it because they had an over dinner argument and they're pissed about something, right? But a lot of times, a lot of the runaways are running away from something. And around here in these areas, in East Tennessee and Southwest Virginia, hate to tell you, most of them run away from abuse and dope shit and hollows and places they're trapped in, and they want better than they just want the fuck away from it all. So let's be real there. Okay. A lot of them just get sick of, watching it. I just, unfortunately for a lot of those kids, though, what happens is they're not helped. They're not listened to. There's no real look into why they're running away. And then those kids are punished, put in a juvie or some damn baby jails or something. And the dopehead parents, family, whatever the hell's going on is not sussed out. And the kids are punished for just simply trying to go, and no help given to the family. Man, it's just, I don't know. It seems rather backwards to me a lot of times, So, yeah, I can't imagine a game while they're all just running the hell away. And it ain't just here. It's across country, I'm so sick of hearing that there's only a drug problem in the South or here or there. It's everywhere, man. Across the damn world at this point, really. Except for in certain countries that have shit sort of in control. Because they do it the right way. But, anyway. And realize that the key to all that is happiness, pay rates, um, you know, societal, things, mental health help, medical things, just also education, just combining all the things, and yeah, so a lot of those that don't have as big of a problem as U.S. and other places sort of have systems set in place, and so it's a little different. But anyway, because they thought it through in a realistic manner and what it actually takes to fix things like that, and why rates are so high, So yeah, anyway, whatever. Whereas, yes, a lot of other places they rely solely on a judicial system, but I also sort of, see it that way too. I mean, there are some, man. Uh, I don't believe in a complete, like, catch and release program in the least. But, seems to be a whole hell of a lot of what happens, too. So. And I think in certain ways incarceration can be effective if people are given long enough in there for their brains to reset, rewire, and then somehow given opportunities to get away from everything they've ever known and everyone and new opportunities and education while in places in order to have better than burger flipping jobs that are not going to sustain them, and then they go back to the same old lifestyle shit. You see, it's a combination of things. So, yeah. It just depends. But, whatever. Carrying on. I went entirely squirreled there.
When I first started the nonprofit, I wanted to.
Wait, where'd that come from? Let's rewind. He mentions what's his name's nonprofit, and then how long did it take after that? I'm just going on.
Yeah, that's awesome. When you were explaining that to me, and I was like, and what Gene has done and helped you with, and I was like, that's really exactly.
One is the grandfather of search and rescue with drones. He's an amazing guy. He knows everything there is to be known about drones. That's when I kind of noticed the uptick in missing children, and our area, which is East Tennessee, Southwest Virginia, just like Cam was saying. And I wanted to help curb that. So I thought to myself, what could I do?
Maybe we'll give you something good to listen to as y'all are driving or whatever you're doing tonight cooking. I know there's going to be a lot of people busy, but here is Chris. Hey, buddy, how are you doing?
Hey, Cam, I'm doing fantastic. How about you?
Doing well tonight, man. I've been looking forward to this. So I wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce yourself, and then we'll go over the list I've got kind of pulled up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, where should I start, man? I've been flying drones for years as a hobby. Using them for vacation and to get great pictures and videos of some amazing places around the world. I've always been interested in, kind of how drones were used for public service. It's kind of caught my interest. But I realized that, it's not easy. It's not just as easy as showing up to a case and saying, hey, I'm here. What do you want me to fly?
Right.
That will get you a bad name quickly. So I took the time to start studying and learning what I needed to do to get involved with public service. I met a wonderful nonprofit group. Most of you all know them as EquiSearch. Through them, I was able to meet.
Yeah, November he mentions EquiSearch nonprofit like McDonough used to do everywhere. Plus, I remember when McDonough and Profile and Evil, whatever the fuck his name is, or Evil Profile, whatever the hell it is, they had their own shit going for years too. Very scant proof of that love for him. But it's weird. Gotta make sure EquiSearch is that time. 21. Nonprofit. Alright.
Is my mentor, Gene Robinson. Gene is known as the grandfather of search and rescue with drones. He's an amazing guy. He knows everything there is to be known about drones. That's when I kind of noticed the uptick in missing children in our area, which is East Tennessee, Southwest Virginia, just like Cam was saying. And I wanted to help curb that. So I thought to myself, what could I do?
What I find odd, though, is this particular moment in time where a couple of the pieces released by, Real News featured Raider's face last couple days and ended certain timelines or included EquiSearch in certain timelines. And then this. Whatever.
What is it that I, Chris, could do to make a difference in my community?
Exactly.
So Gene wrote a book, and that book was called First to Deploy. With his blessing, I started my nonprofit, which I now call First to Deploy.
Yeah, that's awesome. When you were explaining that to me, and I was like, and what Gene has done and helped you with, and I was like, that's really commendable that he's done that, because we need somebody that has the technology you have here, and there's a lot of people where we live, and if people aren't familiar with that, we live right here in East Tennessee, Southwest Virginia, where Summer went missing, and just like you're saying, man, when you really see what the numbers of missing children around here, it makes you really step up and say, what can I do for this community? So I'll let you go with what you were saying, but I just was wanting to agree with you there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When I first started the nonprofit, I wanted to, like I said, I wanted to figure out.
It's like, 2 minutes before he mentioned his own nonprofit, too? Holy shit.
I could do to make a difference. And I realized quickly that this area doesn't have a drone response team. You've got a lot of the local agencies and they carry drones. But the thing is, and what I've noticed, and with talking to some of these people, is when they go out to fight a fire or to find a missing person, most of them, and especially recently, with our shortage of employees across the nation, it has specifically hit our first responders hard. They are fighting just like everyone else to find employees, and so they don't have time to get these drones in the air. I mean, they got to be fighting to put this fire out. They just don't have the time.
So we went from lack of employees to lack of time. Depends on how you admit it.
And that's where I come in with first to deploy. I want to be able to grow this into something that's going to really make a difference. And, the goal is to be able to get it to the point to where I've got a mobile command unit. We can be called immediately.
Okay, so that's like sort of cart before horse, man. You named yourself first to deploy before you're able to be the first to deploy. Mention a nonprofit and then a need for a mobile command unit mentioned. Damn. Strange.
As soon as we are out, they just don't have the time. And that's where I come in with first to deploy. I want to be able to grow this into something that's going to really make a difference. And, the goal is to be able to get it to the point to where I've got a mobile command unit. We can be called immediately. As soon as the 911 call comes in, I want to be on my way to the scene, getting these drones in the air, and start looking for this missing person immediately, because it's crucial. It is absolutely crucial that we be the first to deploy.
Okay, for starters, police would have to call them. These people will not be aware of the 911 calls unless they're listening to the scanner feed and actually came over. They'd still have to be contacted, which takes time and employees to do that, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Strange how that would have to work still. Almost like when a child goes missing and law enforcement has to, and does, obviously goes immediately with any missing child, it goes federal level instantly. So, and then they have the big boy equipment. Huh. They're contacted till the child's missing, and then the big boys do. Big ass drones and access to federal level drones and equipment. Fixed wing, Hell, it got hold. Oh shit. Drones. Yeah. Ah. Strange.
Ones on scene. There is just so much to be seen before you put a search group of 200 people in the woods.
That's right. Because, I mean, like me and you have spoke, a little bit behind the scenes, when you get a bunch of people in there first, then you can really mess up what you can pick up on your drones. I'll let you go.
Nah, I can see that, but also, waiting on calls, waiting on this, waiting on that, stuff to be brought in. About an hour or two there while you just let a child or a silver alert or whatever, or an autistic child, whatever, just wander until somebody else they can get the drone there, and then it takes hours to do flight pass, find this area. Yeah, that seems totally sane. Yeah, no. You know, obviously, people on the ground can affect things, but man, you just can't like let shit go for 6 hours while you wait on drone and flight pass. I mean, like, well, like dementia or sundowners patients or autistic children or children lost, you can't be. What, everybody's just supposed to twiddle fuck off until a drone flies an entire pattern in the area looking first? And then to act like a drone's gonna pick up all evidence, tracks, or traces of, or that they can always pick. That's insane, especially considering foliage really hinders yeah, these types of drones. As I believe some of you are aware of, like with EcoSearch. And even government big boys, they prefer to come back as well in all seasons and overlay things, do their own stuff. But, yeah, it's fine.
With that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, a lot of people when they think of a search and rescue drone, they may think of this huge, big thing flying across the forest. But I'm telling you, we use drones that range from the size of just a small basketball to much larger. We've got a Mavic 2 Pro on hand, a Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced, and that's got thermal capabilities on it. A 30x zoom. It's fantastic. We have. Go ahead.
I was just going to say to everybody, we're going to show you footage of a little bit of what he's.
Don't time, but so do other agencies and things. I believe helicopters, fixed wing, that type of thing, also have hell, it's fine, right? So,
what he's working with, what he picks up. I'm going to show you some of his gear that he has and what it takes to power that. But yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
Y'all are going to find this very interesting.
Yeah, it's fantastic technology. It's something that I think a lot of people don't realize, a lot of people don't understand. When you think of drones, a lot of people think of a drone firing a missile down in a war zone, or someone flying a drone over a private property and taking images that they shouldn't be. But that's really
how do you go from war zone shit to the immediate without segue? Well, a lot of people think of it as war zone, or I don't know, people trespassing and going over property and blah blah they shouldn't. The fuck? Oh, you mean like most of this group stuff? Like don't be no fucking way, man. No fucking way. Or like was being done to many of us, like in the months after Summer Vanish, like you'd fucking hear some shit. You'd be like inside or outside. It was one of these freak shows, come around and you'd be like, God damn it, And it was like, was it Nerdy or which one was it that was doing stupid shit whenever Don them for, all that damn garbage. Dolly out here running amok and all the shit they do. Yeah. Yep.
of the past. Drones are really being used in search and rescue and public safety for a lot more than just hobbies nowadays. When we go in with a drone, we can see things from, if someone has walked through a field, if no one else has been there, and we can see that, it's a possibility that we can locate our target within the first 10 minutes of searching.
This cracks me up in a way. Here's why. Here's why. Uh, shit. Okay. So, there's certain types of propaganda and bullshit that's been pushed about all of us. Some of us, especially amongst whatever in Fieldwick, and the horse shittery there. It's like, bro, there are certain fields we could take a look at from ground level. Didn't have no goddamn drone. Alright? And we can back out. Nobody's been in there. Nobody's went in. Nobody's come the fuck out. Because it was like, hey, season was full swing, and certain ones are always growing up. So it's like, yeah, ain't nobody. And you could tell from the edgings on it. And then just height wise, you could stand, if you're, more than 5 feet tall, I'm like, yeah, I ain't been shit through that field, you know? Right? But, hey, if we say that, public's like, that's sus. Like, how's that fucking sus? There's just places you can tell ain't nobody been through, like, Jesus. So, yeah, and then, like, most fields, there's gonna be, well, they're a fucking field, right? There's gonna be, generally, uh, I mean, property borders for it, and ways to access this area, and then, if it's during certain seasons and things, uh, you know, you're gonna be able to tell even from ground level that nothing's been in or out. As you go around the borders of those fields, right? Um, well, I didn't know you needed a drone for that, but I get what he's saying. But the public's like, ooh, and I get it, right? I get it, but also like, why in the hell can we all tell the public the same thing? And then it's like, what were you doing? It's like, Jesus Christ, there are ways to tell that, And then the public's, that's weird. What the fuck? You make it make sense, and then you got these people telling you you have to have a drone to figure out that whether or not someone's been through a field or not. I guess, but I get it. I mean, aerial, cool, you know. And yeah, I can see that too. Hold on. Alright. Out of nowhere. I don't even know that I care. It's all the same horse shit, different day. Yeah, I don't give a shit what anybody shows or says or says. Fucking tool bag of douche McDonough I've just fucking had it with over the years. Ain't getting no better. I don't really give a shit how anybody feels about it. I don't really give a shit. Um, you don't do what that dude has done and with whom online and it be considered above board in any way. I do not. I don't know how any LE or otherwise could either, any real anything, but hey, whatever. You know? I don't think a lot do, obviously. Um, but it's like, did you see how fast he stopped being able to visit behind podiums in Idaho 4 after his bullshit black glove garbage? And he crawled on Grace's or Politan's or somewhere fucking else, right? There's a whole fuck up. And who in the fuck would touch base and get a tool bag from a disgraced fucking cop? Like, seriously. Well, it wants to make everything circle square. Nobody legit I can think of. And honestly, nobody legit would be associated or affiliated with. I don't know. Just whatever, man. Oh, the fucking shenanigans of wife I've over there. They're all evil, terrible, and destructive. Why is that motherfucker always wrong? Seriously. I mean, is that the tool bag? You just go bash the shit out of everything wrongly until eventually you pop it. Like, what is that? 1 out of 100 chance you just go beat the shit out of everything, fuck up everything in like 100 cases, and then maybe 1 out of 100 might be, is that what the fuck's happening here? Is it like the Bash the Weasel arcade game, you know? Or is the strategy to just be so fucking wrong? Like, you just get shit started everywhere and then it makes everybody the non-profit shit. Right? And you just destroy it. Will. Don't make a shit. You formulate your script. I don't know. You do all the fucking horse shit. Put all the propaganda. I don't know. Just fuck fun. What the hell's the deal there? Oh, look, I'm a toolback. I just gotta beat this shit out of all the wrong things to get the chaos aligned to, inundate law enforcement with phone calls up the ass. Because I have respect for my former, LE folk. Yeah, that's exactly a help as a toolbag. Huh? I can't. I can't with it. I don't give a fuck who feels any type of way about it, quite frankly. Not from top, bottom, sideways, east, west, north, south. I don't give a shit. Okay? As someone, like this dude and his wrong shit and whatever's yeeted out of fucking stupid piles or clipped together, I don't, as in the acquisition group running in every goddamn case, me and hunted like fucking prey, like this wrong bastard annihilating people's lives, their children's futures, also shit. Goddamn groupies with, like trying to get people goddamn murdered and shit. Like, yeah, okay. Dude, show me you got a clean tool bag back there? You got any hammers that fucking blood on you piece of shit? You know? So pardon me if I feel some type of way about it. Alright? I don't give a damn how anybody feels about it. Someone who's been at the end of the tool bag's douchebag stick and who's had their entire lives as they changed because he's a wrong bastard. And his group has been, all this shit's been formulated to be. I think I've got a right to say some shit about it. when I know for a fact that we've been falsely hunted. Well, I mean, can't say like they always want to hunt everything down they can make into content, or people, or pull them on to get more content, of course. But at least falsely fucked with, based on bullshit and lies from the beginning because of McDonough. You know, beyond that, I mean, it's like, and all his merry band of motherfucking helpers and others, of course, from Boswell Ford and shit, and his same team group that works through every damn high profile active ongoing investigation. Uh, but when I know for a fact that, we didn't have shit to do with anything in any way, and then this son of a bitch just hunts and then annihilates, and then this group formed around in the tool bag section plus team shit. Well, all that shit applies for years, and makes everybody else look like fucking monsters or bullshit, or creates doubts, public this and the other, and then cleanses the assholes of true monsters and predators, whether guilty or innocent, of anything to do with summer on the 15th or not. Well, I take some goddamn exception to that. So yeah, I got some room to speak and 2 cents in there. I think yeah. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, yeah. When all the tool bags, I don't know. I seem to come back to the same place, don't they? And then when you come right down to it, you get this fuck face. Which it ain't like I really believed it anyway, but first you might buy that cold case bullshit. And where it plays off of other names of legit places for sure. But might give you a sense of it. Like, oh, okay, trust me. Yeah. It's no wonder they'll copycat names around here. But anyway, it's just knowing that these feds, law enforcement, specialized units, and everything else, would have had no cause to ever work with McDonough or to have him spearhead bullshit aimed at certain folks. Because they already knew that, like, he was spearheading at us. Like, it's like no one was saying, it's like it was left believing to fucking us because we knew it, but no one in LE even knew better by the point that McDonough did his fuckery, right? That right there was always the tale. And knowing that these local, surrounding, state, federal agencies um, knew that we were always cooperative, we talked to, etc., and they know some of what we hold versus McDonough didn't and does not. Was sort of another tale. It's like, wait a minute, douchebag. hold up. If you're working with these agencies, then what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, you can't ever make that add up, you know? And knowing that these agencies always knew that they could come speak to us at any point, you know? And that we'd always offer polygraphs, anything they needed, willingly. And, so, like from the beginning, and then eventually you get to the point where, one, maybe two McDonald's are in the background discords where there's fake feds and helper workers that somebody forgets about that. With painting on everything else, wanting you to write out your full statement of everything that fucking happened. La 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 for me. You fucking shitting me? Why would you need that, homie? If you're working with law enforcement. You know? You wouldn't. You wouldn't. See how that works? We're not all fucking morons around here. Our accents may be funny, but we're not stupid. So, anyway, I don't know. And then you have McDonough eventually, because, well, I guess things aren't being statemented out. Like, and one, maybe two things, might be, might not be the guy. And, so then he features on a vanished panel. That's the only thing that happens to still exist of the buzz. Well, he knows every, but then who was it that happened to have the clearest, crispest audio around like Justin letting out in his ear? Oh my gosh, was that ICU or Salty? I remember. It was wild, wasn't it? Yeah, we all buy the Tiffany Marie Scott H favorite. Yeah, okay. Even though we all proof that's not what went down. So that life came down. So sick of all the horseshit around here. Anyway, and then this dude, like, wanting shit from me in public that should not be public and isn't, and, well, he's still not gotten. So, anyway, it's like, at a certain point, you see his, green eyes, phone number, Don B. Link shenanigans, all that shit. Right? You see all the horse shit with Doug and all garbage, blah, blah, blah. But, if you're one of us, it's like, you also know what the fuck you been through. You have this son of a bitch telling you that they're XYZ, they're working for law enforcement. You're clearly aware at this point that your heart knows, like, no, we ain't. And papers calling him a YouTuber. That doesn't mean that's true per se, but, well, hey, I listen to what the feds put out. So, and their spokesman said, no, man. And then you watch this motherfucker play Hawaii 5-0, right? And he's like, oh, I'm with Lawson right now. And you're like, okay, is that supposed to fucking impress me? Like, alright. Am I supposed to be, like, scared or something? Or, he's an idiot. He's a fucking dipshit. For a lot of us, like, that shit ain't impressive. And we also know those, like, Lawson and stuff in person. Like, we've seen him, met him, been around him, a few times throughout the years. And we also know that, like, we could message or call throughout this time, like, bro, who are you trying to... Yeah, ooh, you work with Lawson? Oh, my God. Oh, let me bow down to McDonough. The fuck, dude? What's this? I can message him too when he wants to fucking call or send 12 officers out he can, that are cooler than any Hawaii 5 bullshit. So, like, yeah, that treat us like we're fucking Yemen, you weirdo. You know? And then, like, yeah, I'm done with this shit. You know, I got real shit going in my life, real health shit. I'm really tired. I'm not gonna play your Hawaii 5 shenanigans while you play a little detective back there. And I see what you're trying to do. I'm gonna rest now. I just came back from oncology. This motherfucker's like, hold on. I'm right here near you. And I'm like, but you were just with Lawson 2 seconds ago. I shut, you know. That's what happens when you're not local and you're not good at timing. You play Hawaii 5 until you fuck around and find out. Right? I, I hate it for you. Um, Tactics of the dumb toolbox. That's all I'm saying. And, it gets to a point of stupid, you know? And, you know that dude ain't being used for none of shit. Can't be. Because you know what alien feds know that make the dumb shit he's doing in and around just cancel itself out. You know what I mean? And that if he was working with him, he'd know better than what the fuck he's doing. He would also know better than to be aiming at it or doing the stupid shit he's doing with the tool bag. Or continue to fuck around. And I know that he had a great deal many creators believing he's working with this. Well, okay, dipshits. Just because a dude turns something in somewhere, whatever, as an ICU or somebody else's shared dildo around his community. You know, insert it somewhere, give him whatever, and then he turns it in. Well, damn, any of y'all can do that anytime, day or night, right? And a lot of law enforcement bosses cold case shit too, so, unfortunately. But, and they see something is not until it becomes apparent. I think is what's happening. That's just my assumption. But it's like, then eventually you go throughout the years, right? You know, he's got certain creators as they're really making him believe certain shit, but then he does the same techniques, right? Certain points, he gets his hands on shit he's not supposed to, etc. La la. Him and others yeet it on down the line. They get some idiot to drop it, maybe a Jostein, and certain things, right? Just like you see Nana and crew do recently with something clearly the whole group knew. You know, it's a tactic, it's a technique of this group, it's a buffer system so nobody gets caught having their hands doing dirty shit. And they're like, and then somebody else is left holding the, dirty bag, right? McDonough does the same goddamn thing. I assume it's what they still off in module format and teach y'all, right? In their little classes somewhere along the lines of Tragedy Pimp Ville. So anyway, you come to a point, you're like, man, this ain't it. You know, but then years later, and recently, I was like, it was on that piece the other night, wasn't it? That he, quote, decided to launch his own investigation. Oh no, it's about like when he changed EquaSearch to Equestrian Group. Bullshit, pal. Fuck you. Alright? Fuck you. Mr. Diversion. Damn, I ain't ever seen somebody divert so quickly in my life. Right? From the, hey, was that really you working with DM? Trying to use Jamie and Chase on to do fuck shit, and then they attempted to be used all the wrong shit again, of course. With your stalkers, fake police force, whatever there. To attempt blackmail on me and mine? Motherfucker? Yeet! Stage right or left. Yeah, how many times you gonna do that before? I'm like, I mean, we're not all dumbasses, alright? So, yeah. But, this fucking goofball, like, make it make sense. How does a cop of any variety anyone who respected his former colleagues or colleagues now are law enforcement anyway. How in the hell do you go back hearing about a case, and I don't know about hearing about, but latching on to probably the same acquisition crew as did others, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just like this same crew of McDonald's has 4 cases across Tennessee, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so anyway, like, what the fuck? Like, I'm sorry, but you even hear law enforcement immediately going, hey, yeah, fuck off social media, right? But then you see McDonough running this filled tool bag of doom here, and you're like, what the hell? And then you thought, okay, well, I respect all my fellow LE, you know, enough to be like, hey, let me come step on your fucking toes and shit on everything and insert in my tool bag. When clearly this is, you got the best of the best in the world, not retired, not disgraced, on the scene. You've got them in the what? Oh, yeah, but yeah. It's just what everybody needed was a McDonald's tool bag. And like, second one, minute 1 hour, one day 1, day 2, day 3 to step in because he decided to run his own investigation. Like, make that make sense. No law enforcement officer with any respect for law enforcement would do such thing or create that amount of chaos and anarchy for their fellow law enforcement agencies working the case in active time. Now, if you were a retired or whatever cop, and then you later on, after something wasn't solved, and it hadn't become a cold case, and you had a legitimate cold case foundation with those with actual careers and shit, not frauds like Moselle and Jensen Jensen, whatever, I might. Like, okay, it makes sense. But that's not what's happening here. And that's not what that dude's doing. He's getting involved in very active cases immediately, and causing extreme chaos and fuckulations of the highest order in them. Yeah, I don't think any good cop would do that for fellow officers that are obviously mean. You know what I mean? I'm not a baby talk, y'all. I'm pretty sure you understand exactly what I'm trying to get across here. But who in the hell would do that? I don't know. Hey, the actual FBI, TBI, all the alphabets, they got the big boy equipment, they got all things, specialists use. Yeah, let me go do that right now with like a Jamie and a Equa and non-profits. Let me scoot out all the real advocates there and then put this tool bag of doom and let me hunt all the people down. Let me put out bullshit pieces and bleep this and that and whatever goddamn garbage, you know. Yeah, yeah. It just, it's, and here I go. Fuck that shit. And I know it seems like I'm way off course here, but I'm really not. If you've been here, around here for years, you know why. It's because, well, obviously all things link back some way to that bastard and others. Somewhere around Boswell, Webb Sluice, McDonough, blah, blah, blah. MGL, man, and there's even larger above McDonough. McDonough's just a midway pit stop in the tool bag of doom that is this criminal conning organization operating online in high profile, active, ongoing investigations. Carrying on. I guess. Jesus Christ, I didn't want to be here all night doing this. Alright, carrying on.
And how amazing, Cam, how amazing would it be if we could do that?
Dude, it's game changing.
It
For real.
absolutely is.
And and we're going to talk about a little bit of what, even if it goes longer, kind of some what your technology can do, as far as we're going to get into talking about some lush vegetation if it's been a while, and how that affects the ground and around it, and what his technology
Absolutely.
can pick up. I wanted to add something for everybody in here, because Allie will kill me if I don't tell everybody. She had to work today on the COVID floors, and she's wore out. And she came in, she was like, "You got this one on your own tonight." So I just wanted to tell that to everybody, so she doesn't think I'm leaving her out. She's doing a lot.
Yeah, God. Was there actually one live stream where Cam wasn't like, Ellie, come fix it, I'm fucking up. Those were the earliest streams. He could manage for about 5 minutes alone. I guess I didn't watch him too much in the beginning. Generally, when he pops up, it's something to shit on me, and that usually means he's fallen off the wagon, needs dope money, or an organ, or he is needing bail, or has to pay the rest of a bond. It's generally the only time the son of a bitch pops up. It's weird. Carrying on.
For trying to help people around here, and she puts her health and safety on the line every day, and she has to come home to the kids, and she has to immediately strip down those clothes and get in the shower, and because it's still a problem, even though people don't think it is. COVID is still happening, but I wanted to add that part in here. But we will, before we get started, go ahead.
Cam, send her my best wishes, man. I admire someone that does something like that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. She is she does, and she never complains about it. That's one thing that I love about her. She doesn't she'll never hear her complain about it, and that's better than I would have been, because I would be complaining all the way home. That's why I don't do a job.
Absolutely,
like
it's a hard job.
That's right. But we will, before we go any further with the drone stuff, let's pull this up real quick. Let's just show, guys. I want to give y'all just a visual of what we're not being told on the media all the time. I'm not saying that they're failing or anything. I'm just telling you that this is not being reported all the time, and I just want to give y'all a visual of what this looks like. Let me see. It might be echoing because I pulled that up. But here, let me go over to here, and we will. I just want to scroll down this. There is right now records found 442 in the state of Virginia. Some of them don't even have pictures, and that's disturbing to me. I mean, some of these children don't even have a picture of, but they're gone. Look at this little baby right here. Not even David Izell Blockett. Date of birth November 26, 1980. He'd be age 40 right now. Missing since December 11th, 1980. That right there's my birthday. That's well, not 1980, but December 11th. That's hard.
So in the state of Virginia, there's 400 on this list, dating all the way back to the 80s. But yeah, we'll go there real quick. Oh wait, actually wait until upcoming here.
Breaking. Let's see. It just keeps going. I'm not even half the way down the screen right now. This right here, and this is Virginia, and I didn't realize Sebastian Lucas Conklin. It's another small child, and all these children are important. But Brianna, Nikki Conklin here, I guess these are brother and sister. They have been missing since December 3rd, 2011, from Fairfax, Virginia.
Yeah, it's absolutely heartbreaking to sit here and go through this list. It really is. Something has to be done. Something has to be done about this, and I'm telling you, and it's not just me. It's not just First to Deploy. It's organizations like.
Hey, Di. How good are you with math? Say if they just found something from 1980, and at this point it would have been 2021. What is that? 41 years? There's 400 on this list still missing. It's an average of what, 10 children a year that are not found. But chances are that list goes beyond 1980s. And then how many of those children are maybe actually been found, etc., but not removed from it as well, right? Or known to actually be crimes perpetrated. You get what I'm saying? Just nobody charged for it. You get what I'm saying? But that's about an average. If you just go 1980 to 2021, you're looking at about, am I wrong here? About 10 a year from the entire state of Virginia. Correct? If you say, okay, well, these are wrong. But about 10 a year. Which, don't get me wrong, one's too many, 10's far too many. Alright?
EquiSearch, it's, investigators, private investigators out here trying to help with the.
And then you always gotta ask, well, hey, bros, if this is terrible, then why are none of you here in True Crimeville going out and working these cases from 1980? I'm gonna bet a lot of those are actual cold cases that could use help if you did it for the right reasons and did it in a right, correct manner, and you used all the equipment you all, nonprofit for and whatnot. Your canoes, your drone equipment, all that shit, like, little submarines, your whatever selfie sticks. Why is it none of y'all are ever doing those, man? Why ain't McDonough picking any of those? Anywhere really around the country. I mean, the dude keeps inserting in and toolbagging high-profile, active, ongoing investigations, yet the goddamn place, nobody think about it too hard. And then in every case he's inserted in, the propaganda reigns supreme of law enforcement. They give fuck no flyers up. It happens every fucking case. Him and this tool bag of doom are in. Boots on the ground, bullshitters galore, Eileen's, turkey feeds, fizz cranks, whatever the hell else, right? Same song and dance. And then, always a call and a crap for man, law enforcement's crooked, corrupt, turn it over, nothing's solved, nothing's done. Why is it so slow? Why ain't the public getting information? Oh my god, blah, 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 blah. And then every time, like Summers and Sebastian's, they get people going, turn it over to Cold Case Foundation, turn it over to them, turn it over to them. Excuse me, the fuck what? I mean, make it make sense when half of what he's doing, what this toolbag's doing, or what's slowing down and fucking up shit and elongating these cases, like, far beyond what their natural, quote, order would be and length of time. And then daring to say that law enforcement is not relational, must mean it's cold. Right? Turned over to Chris then. Excuse the hell out of me. I mean, it has a vibe to it. you know? And I get it. They can be like, oh, we're going back on cold case where in the public won't see it. Sure, they might. I don't know. I don't know where the frauds like Moselle and shit fit into that. And knowing that they'll violate every ethics and whatever code of whatever they have for even their non-imaginary job titles they make up over as long as they pay their dues and fees. But like what? I just
with these children, it's all of us together. It's not just me that's going to make a difference. I can go out and I can help change my community, but together, we can help.
strange, man, hearing people like it's not gonna be just me that changes that. That's a hell of a statement to make. Like, this is where most people don't see things.
World, and that's really what it's all about. We have to make a change.
And I had first, and you're 100% right, and I do want to give a shout out because we're not going to go into it, but the private investigators personally like I do, and those guys are really putting in the work, and people don't understand that. I mean, I've seen over online they have two different organizations mixed up, but these people that are here local to this area that took on this case pro bono are doing this work, and they're really doing a good job at it. And I appreciate them every day. And I wanted to.
What he was referring to was the fucking bullshit PI stuff that was in the share J4. We can leave you hopeless. Bunch of fuckery with the squall trying to lift off the first fucking marathon. I believe that also included that horse shit set up by McDonough. The Mary calls crap to run that around certain periods. And people had them mixed up because, well, they did. They said they were the PI. All this other crazy shit went down there. I was not privy to it. Never knew it happened until after I was breaking down what I thought to be the first marathon. And so that shit was occurring before I was ever public. Because I remember Candace, and talking to her about when I became aware they'd done some sort of bullshittery online, and I believe I became aware of it because of Candace herself. Honestly. She's like, oh, last night I played a trick on whatever. Anyway. And she thought it was real fucking hilarious, whatever. I was like, yeah, no. Yeah, it's gonna make you look, right? But anyway, yeah, so didn't realize until way later on why Squall was actually pissed and what she meant by Scott and Tivion took my marathon shit. I'm like, what? What the hell? Penny's back at laughing. I didn't know about their first attempted bullshit, right? I had no clue. Because it wasn't public. I didn't have my nose and shit in social media. Not a true crime junkie type person. I mean, bitch, I don't know what the fuck everybody else on being here in goddamn community was doing. But to me, when you're in there in that situation in real time, who the fuck needs to really necessarily look at social media? Yeah, obviously we've seen things here and there, mostly on Facebook, things here and there, but couldn't stomach to open a lot of shit. Other neighbors, community, and stuff would send things through here and there, of course. But yeah, I don't know. Uh, I guess everybody else was real fucking bored or something. Though you'd think they would have been their asses a little busier with detectives and real searchers and all that shit on Ben Hill. Or a little bit more concerned about what the hell was going on with that instead of playing with tragedy pimps or watching it and social media shit. But apparently not. So, I've been out, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. What the hell did I need to look at a social media news when you're fucking living the shit in real time and experiencing it? what? You know what I mean? Like, I think, for the most part, for me, like, A, the bandwidth in there sucks. You might as well say, fuck it. But when they brought in the extra stuff to boost signal for the feds, that didn't help. But still, you ain't done for that shit. I assume the else did. I don't know. But, you know, like, I just, I remember checking into certain pressers and things, for a couple minutes, stuff like that. Specifically, uh, um, one of those being the one where Coop said that about small spaces and notebooks and laptops. It was just devastating, and hearing the one where, they were scaling back, things like that. But, when you're face to face with all those guys, in person every day, then, you know, and I believe we were told before they announced that they'd be quotes come back. Then we thought it meant one thing and then another, but then they still, even though the public, I guess, thought they just quit, they didn't. Um, they were still in there every day. So, anyway,
Well, about them and talk. Echo Search is always out. They're there. I didn't even know. We're going to get into this. Well, I didn't even know that they were involved with Tegan's case till the other. I guess when I first spoke to Tegan's father. But I will as let me go back here. We will go over the state of Tennessee's too. I can't pull it up right now, but that right there is just the state of Virginia. And at least, last but not least, we have Summer Wells that everybody is paying attention to. But I mean, look, when you see these kind of lists right here, it's not just Summer; it's multiple children. And when it's going into the 400 range, I think the number in the state of Tennessee right now was 132 the other night, and I guarantee you. Let's just pull it. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. And so it was up. It was 132. I guarantee you, it is raised since then. Let me see here.
no kidding, because every day you have runaways, this area, you have familial abductions, custody stuff, yeah, and then it raises them over every day. Because crime happens every day. Right? And then it can take a while to remove those immediately found within hours from listing. Take forever, it seems like sometimes.
Sorry, guys. If Chris, if you want to talk a little bit about, just what I let that. I don't know how I did it last time. I'm probably going to have to go back to Google and pull it up that way. But it's this is a big problem, and we're
He wanted to scream right then, Allie! Come help me! Or something. She had the night off, damn it. She's actually broke at Thanksgiving.
this is what got me by having. I know you have a child on the way. I have two small children, and it makes you really take notice of what's going on because it sure has made my me hold my children a little bit closer.
Alright, can we as a society stop normalizing this shit? Why are those always the statements, especially for men? Like, I hate that shit more than almost anything. Like, do you know how often you hear males, and go, well, yeah, like, oh, I have a daughter, I have a wife. Like, you have to have a daughter or wife to suddenly give a shit about missing children or murdered women or missing women? Like, that's weird because, like, I don't know. I never had to be like, I had to have a son or a husband to give a shit about murdered men, or you don't, that's something you don't hear women say. Why is that? Think about it. As a female, you don't hear women going, oh my God. Uh, Once I had a daughter, I realized how many missing children, or how many children are, you know, predated upon in many ways, or it took me having a female child. Like, you don't hear that from women, but you do from men. Or do they just walk around oblivious and not care? Like, until, like, what the fuck is that? You know? It almost strikes in the same scenery as soul as hearing a man going, yeah, I'm babysitting today. I like the neighbors' kids or something. No, mom. Fuck you mean babysitting, dude? You mean you're spending time with your own children you help make? Your babies. Excuse me? Shit strikes in a certain funny, weird place. If you're normal. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. I would suggest you go watch the TBI press releases yesterday. Wondered when it would appear you're oblivious to certain things. And why do you always have to get what? I just don't understand people. Language. It's so strange to me. Y'all do some weird shit where it concerns language and around summer name. What y'all do with it? It's strange to me. Always has been. Can y'all not just call her summer and leave off little baby or sweet angel or the weirdest of the weird, which is y'all being like our baby summer. Those are special type of freaks. Or poor little like, hey, Summer is missing. I understand this. She'll have a strange way when you talk about her. It's often, I don't know, it doesn't settle right. And I mean, and I describe what I mean exactly by some of those, like, and why they're just so odd, you know?
We're seeing this. Here we
Yeah,
go.
absolutely. And I've had many people tell me that if they had a missing child, that they would call me first. And I really.
What? I don't know about you, but I'm gonna call 911. Like, it's gonna go in a certain order. It's gonna go it depends on the situation. Right? But 911 would definitely be right there. Uh, uh, I'm not gonna be like, let me call the drone guy. I mean, like, what?
Get that. And,
Awesome.
we'll get into later talking about, some of the capabilities that we have. Because, you get someone out in the middle of the dark, they're hard to find. You can put a helicopter in the air. You can put, boots on the ground. You can do whatever, but it's just not enough.
It's not the same.
It's
You
just
can
not
put
enough.
stationary FLIR cameras, but when you have something that's up moving, and it can be, especially you have the more silent approach in a helicopter. That if you're looking for something that might not be, if somebody's still in the act of doing something moving inside, they might not detect you. That's big stuff, and that's why I wanted to add when you told me that earlier, y'all go where helicopters can't. And so I wanted to, I'll just say this real quick. So 128 now, so it's dropped a few in Tennessee, and that's amazing. And I think they might have taken Tegan off this list, is one of the reasons why.
So 128 in the year 2021. Over how many decades? What was the oldest listed on that? Out of 128. As in the oldest case. And then divide that. But yep, astronomical. According to social media propaganda in the world around you the last 10 years, the babies, they're all vanishing. Every 4 seconds, all the babies are disappearing off all your porches. And yet the numbers and stats do not show that. It's fucking interesting, isn't it? Well, missing babies and missing women and dead children and women are big business, I guess. Right? Oh, lots of sales pitches to be had on, most vulnerable of society or what's seen as the weakest place, or, everybody pretend they give a fuck about and actually not give a fuck about. And, man, I gotta tell you,
But let me go back over here, and we'll take this down. But I just wanted to show you.
and once again, I ask, then why are none of these people here going and picking these cases? Huh? And I'll bet you if you look at most of the faces on these lists, what you will find is that most of them are POC children, etc., black, Spanish, etc. They won't be as cute as blonde-headed, blue-eyed as, and they won't be, the Jean Bonnet types, or ones that sell real good on the news, or, this and other on YouTube here. They will be the outside margins of society, poor, and I mean, don't get me wrong, they'll pick up obviously poor cases, but only if beauty applies and beauty standards, right? It's one of the reasons they latch so heavily on to summer, and still do. Okay, and if you notice, I think one of the most sickening things for me is that in a way, no matter who or what, or even journalists, things, I mean, in a way, they're always talking about her beauty, right? Which to me can mean how and why a lot of people sexualize children, of course, but it's always, oh, this beautiful blonde haired, blue eyed summer. They don't speak of children with different features that same way. Or different skin colors now, do they? It's just, I hope I'm conveying correctly like that. You know what I mean? Is the worth of a child based on their beauty and beauty standards to the rest of society? Is their value or care concern that they're missing or murdered? Um, Based on how beautiful they are or societal ideas of beauty. Sadly, yes. The solve rate for missing and murdered women and children, etc., of if they're not, outside margins, prostitutes, poor, um, brown, black, etc., obviously indigenous, solve rate on those cases goes down astronomically too, which is, and there are far more cases involving those than Caucasian children. But you don't hear about the others as much, nor they get as much media attention and things. And that's the reason predators pick them often as well. It's unfortunate.
Guys, the number that we're dealing with in just those two states, that's not even, nationwide. And I'm going to make it my prerogative here from now on to start showing a state every night, maybe. And then on Missing Mondays, we'll do like we always have, just with regular cases that people have sent in to us. But where do you want to go now, Chris? Would you like to, you want to show some pictures, or were you wanting to?
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about some of the facts in missing children cases.
Absolutely.
And I'm trying to scroll the comments to. I see Cindy says, "Do we only assist in Virginia and Tennessee?" I will go wherever I'm needed.
Absolutely.
The biggest thing is it takes money. That's the biggest hurdle. But with the help of many local people and many, just very generous people, we've been able to continue to do this. That's, I will go anywhere, whether I have the money or not, I will find a way. We've got things, we're talking about cases as far as, the coast of Carolina, as far as, southern Mississippi. There's cases in California.
So you gravitate towards the coast areas a whole lot. Mississippi, California. Okay. I hear Ryan likes coast too, Florida. His wife and her magical spirits will go jog around parks. Carry on.
But there's many places, and and we will go absolutely where we're needed. So it's statistics say that a child goes missing every 40 seconds in the U.S.
Yep.
Imagine that. Every
Yep.
40 seconds.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, you do that math with the list over there, even at the 400 in Virginia and the 100 something, that doesn't. Yeah, they might go missing, but it looks like most are knowns and da 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 immediately in this area. Because, see, that doesn't add up, right? How many missing children would that be in a day from Virginia exactly? Let's just call it 1 per minute, okay? 60 minutes, that's 60 children an hour. There's 24 hours in a day. Huh, weird. Tells the math on that. Yeah, astronomical. That list by the end of the year be like in the millions. They even the fucking entire population of Virginia if that were the case. But yet there's only 400 over a span of 4 decades that remain missing. Now, I'm not saying they're not active, like missing and then murdered or this, yeah, right? And then that's why they're not on these lists, because that does happen every day, as well. But they're also not like 600 or 1,200 children, etc., a day being murdered in any state. So obviously that cannot be the case for all of them. But according to the world and propaganda, and I understand Epstein and all these things, and obviously there were predators everywhere, okay? Like we as females especially know that from very early ages. But, and throughout our lives. And so, I'm not saying that, but, yeah, it's like they want to make you think out here in the world, especially the past 10 years, that like 400 children every 10th of a second are missing from the very neighborhood you're in, and they're all being murdered and slaughtered by demons in a cabal. Okay? They're all being shipped to Epstein Island, la la la, and shit like that, and that is not remotely true. Okay? It's not. But all the children who go missing and all the victims of any crime that are murdered every day or harmed in any way or whatever, they all matter, you know. But can we all just be real and start being educated enough to realize what propaganda is being pushed at us in the world at large and how it's being used again throughout history to do this type of fuckery to our brain pans and what heartstrings it pulls on and how many men and greedy and powerful and religious leaders use us to control us all. Can we just do that for a bit? Just base our shit in reality for a bit.
But
it's, I mean, that's mind blowing.
yeah, the fact that
I always want to use this one way or the other, right? And then
over the next 5 minutes that we're sitting here talking, someone is losing their child.
That's right.
And That's heartbreaking to think about. It really is. And the reason we call it first to deploy is because the first 3 hours are the most crucial time in finding a child safely. And I don't know if you know this, Cam, but 76% of children who are murdered and they're dead within the first 3 hours of their abduction.
No, I did.
So he agrees that the first 3 hours are crucial. He wants to be preventive, right? And etc. But the first 3 hours are crucial. So unless he's operating in less than a 3 hour zone around wherever he is based, all right. And then you take that and you think about it. He agrees. First 3 hours are crucial. Well, I'm not going to say agree. I think less than that, obviously. But all right. So unless you're within a 3 hour, can get there uh, area, right? Radius from whatever is happening. Well, you got a problem, don't you? Okay. And then earlier he said that, well, it's best to bring in hammer drones whatever first before getting boots on the ground is really be messed up. And you know what kind of coordination that takes, right? Hmm. So actually, what you'd want is you to be even closer in the amount of time it takes you to get to an area. You know, probably like 30 minutes to an hour max. Then you're going to have time to, well, it takes a bit of time to coordinate. For law enforcement, you're going to say this area to get shit in order. And I would assume it would take a bit to do settings, get grid patterns set in this area, and then by the time you do all that, essentially, even if you're only, say, 30 minutes outside of wherever the situation or crime or whatever occurred, you would have already went well past the 3 hour mark. So, wanting people to hold off on being on the ground until drones can get in is kind of ludicrous when the first 3 hours matter. And I don't know, man. I gotta tell you, they had helicopters in the air pretty quickly, and real searchers on the ground within just minutes after, you know, I mean, like once, I mean, because it takes a bit of time to get a boost group. However, a lot of the community had volunteers for search and rescue, and a lot of the police live locally, and EMS and others that are trained or have skills or know the area intimately because they're locals to it. I can tell you some of those were obviously, and as you all know, on the ground with us within minutes and got even a few doors down from us, could hear it over their radios, things like that, and we're in there. So we had people, even with the neighbor, that were neighbors, that had on the ground experience, do not be fucking shit. You know, I mean, certain things apply there, but you know, but considering how many search crews, um, EMS, fire departments, etc., everyone has locally, I mean, like, and in their communities in the U.S., it would be better if you voted correctly, made sure funding for those departments, and that they were trained and had drones themselves to set out instead of having to coordinate for what are essentially last or next on the ground. You know, it'd be best if your local search crews, EMS, fire, etc., all those had the training, the departments had drones, whatever they needed, the equipment they needed. Yeah. Because they are first on and the first to hear the 911 calls and get the alerts at the radio. Oh, dear. Huh. So you can always vote correctly and keep an eye on your local leaders, taxes, all things. And you can also directly donate to most of your local search and rescue groups. So they have the appropriate equipment and training and are very, very early and first on scene. Imagine that. Imagine that. I'm just saying. Just,
Was not
First
aware of
three
that.
hours. And
I had heard that. I think I had heard that before, but I had not really grasped onto it. Now, when you said it just now, I was like, wow. And every 40 seconds, like I didn't know that. That's and see, that's what we're open. You know, I'm very open. That's one thing that I pride myself. I'm open to learn. I don't know everything. I'm open to learn stuff every day because that's what it takes in doing stuff like this. Um, if people have seen, you know, it's not, we will.
This is bullshitting, only slightly toasted, Cam. So many words. Well, I'd heard that before, but wait, I love learning new stuff. But wait, I'm in true crime around children's cases. I don't know the numbers. It's that, oh, wow. You should have seen him at almost peak toasted. The boy come over one time and told me I should have, like, you want to know why I was looking for prints or something or whatever the hell it was, right? And that something about I should have gone to the Summer Wells Facebook groups to see where. Bitch. They didn't exist. What do you mean I should have been like? And then he was like, I report you to the feds, and then I'll be goddamn 2 days later he didn't do a live saying he report. It was the wildest, dumbest shit I've ever seen. But and him being on the live over here, like he was like, boom, and then hung up the live, and he's like, click, because he realized he was stupid and hiring a goddamn football bat. But he still hung on to it for all it was worth, and then reported me to the feds because I was looking for prints or tracks, and I somehow didn't go to Summer Wells Facebook groups. It didn't even exist when I had actual searchers from, yeah, wherever. Okay, make that make sense. You can't. But he doubled down on this shit. But like he did Amy Tate, her house doing shit was wrong, chasing up what stamps like it's fucking great what's happened around here in all the years. These douchebags of doom. You know? Fucking junkies selling y'all shit with Jesus behind it. Oh wait. Isn't there like another dude who suddenly turned all religious and selling you up the creek that even though he come out here is not religious and he said he was basically atheist. Oh yeah. Fuck, it is like they just do the same shit time after time, right? Different persona, new, prettier face. Like to take over for oh shit. Get him.
Out just what we can do right here with our platform. If we use it correctly, we can reach out. We've handled cases in Utah. That's what when we do this the correct way, and we have the right people coming on and talking about the differences we can make. It brings awareness. It brings attention to the people that can do things. And like you said, he's had amazing people. Then we're not going to name who they are, but they've really stepped up and helped him as well. And you know he's continuing to grow and become something that's really going to make a difference. And you know, I'll say thank you to those people right now. They know who they are, and you know, that's what it takes, guys. We got to be more proactive when it comes to these kids. I'll go ahead, Chris. Sorry about that.
No, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, we really do. And, you know, imagine this. Imagine a missing child comes across the 911, and I immediately get the call, and I can go.
How in the fuck would you immediately get the call? Okay, see, it's that shit. Imagine, he said. It's like fucking SpongeBob. Imagination. Imagine he has a 911 operator representing. He just gets notified all the cases over. The fuck is this? Imagination Station Preschool Talkland. Non-profit. 5013C. Silver streams and mobile commands. Now wait, didn't Dolly get one of those? I feel like somebody did. I can't keep them apart. Somebody got some canoes. Somebody got a little baby submarine. Somebody got an outdoor toilet. There were some nets, a bee suit. A bunch of them got drones, but like Benny, his is mostly used for music vids. Turns out. Don't be those vacation shit. I don't know. They do things.
Get in my mobile command unit. I can go straight to the scene. I can get my drone in the air. I've got screens on the wall. I've got computers beside of me to process any images. And imagine how proficient we could be and how much of a difference that we could make if we could just get that going. I'm still in the process of trying to get this mobile command unit thing going. I'm hopefully, we're going to get a local agency to.
Sweet baby Jesus. Nonprofit, costly, expensive, Mississippi, South Carolina. Oh shit. Imagine if I could just get a mobile command. Wow, this is so much different. It's like a hellscape. Tell me, anybody who touched the dirty buttons tonight, has this lovely gentleman managed to obtain a mobile command unit? Also, is there like a gray used plane or something with that? Because wouldn't you need that, like a fucking jet to get places across country? Certain timelines. I don't know.
Hopefully donate an ambulance to us. We've been in talks with several different people, and
I just want to hear again.
And that's what it takes, guys. We got to be more proactive when it comes to these kids. I'll go ahead, Chris. Sorry about that.
No, yeah, absolutely, we really do. And imagine this. Imagine a missing child comes across the 911, and I immediately get the call, and I can go.
So not proactive, not preventing, but after the fact. Okay. Look, everybody's got to be more proactive though, but only after something happens. Okay.
My mobile command unit.
Thanks, guys. We got to be more proactive when it comes to these kids. I'll go ahead, Chris. Sorry about that.
No, yeah, absolutely, we really do. And imagine this. Imagine a missing child comes across the 911, and I immediately get the call, and I can go. I can get in my mobile command unit. I can go straight to the scene. I can get my drone in the air. I've got screens on the wall. I've got computers beside of me to process any images. And imagine how proficient we could be. And
okay, so are you operating all that at one time, like Go Gadget or some shit, or are there volunteers not being paid? Operating it. Somehow have to get there too in order to coordinate your own.
how much of a difference that we could make if we could just get that going. I'm still in the process of trying to get this mobile command.
Imagine real fire trucks, ambulances, search and rescue, and police getting the 911 call, and they're already like mobile command units. and having the equipment and the training they needed by tax dollars and donations directly to them in every area, and are there within minutes, and definitely within inside of that 3 hour window. Oh my God, that could be reality, and it is a lot of the times. Sweet baby Jesus. But anyway, listen to this.
Thing going. I'm hopefully, we're going to get a local agency to hopefully donate an ambulance to us. We've been in talks with several different people, and
A local agency already has possession of an ambulance. This fella needs to donate.
if we could get that to happen, that would be fantastic. It would. Go ahead.
And I was going to say, and we're working on some stuff. We're going to work on some stuff too after this over to maybe try to help you out.
Look, if he is still not gotten, hold on, I gotta bring it together. I gotta bring it together. If he's still not gotten one, I'm sure there are certain locals that might have precisely, weirdly enough, what he was seeking so many years ago. Maybe him and Ryan can make low bargain deals for it. Yeah, I'm serious. I was just able on very similar not long ago. It already had giant TV screens and stuff in it. Pretty nice setup. Uh,
I have like I said, I have an awesome manager of this channel, Natasha, that might be able to look into some things for you, and we're gonna get on the ball with it.
the fuck what? Had he already yeeted off Aussie by that point? Or was that pre-deleting Aussie? I can't remember. I'd have to look at those fucking dates too. Or that bitch got around it. Still does.
And if anybody would like to, I put all of Chris's information in the description down below. You can get everything that he has going is down there. Y'all go check him out. If anybody ever wanted to donate towards his cause, his Cash App's down there for his thing. And I wanted, this is the kind of things that make a difference. And I just wanted to we want.
Does anybody know if Twister pops up in the stream like J4's and goes, I want to help Cam and flyers, and J4's like, fuck yeah, put out all the appages. Oh, we're gonna get Cam's flyer, and then they got yeeted right at Brad Sean's asshole and into his trunk while everybody screamed that there were no flyers locally. And nobody could endorse for the money from J4. All that shit being race came and everyone was screaming about that portion of bullshit. went with Twister's fucking amazing carnival barking call up for donations estimate. Swear to God, if Twister pops up next one, I'm gonna lose it.
To give an outreach and try to help, because once you guys see the footage we're going to show you, it'll really and talk about this technology. That's what's needed around here. And as far as I know there's people with drones, but I don't think there's this kind of technology. And he's got military. What is it? Was it a military drone?
Yeah, absolutely. We have military drones on hand. We've got enterprise drones. The whole 9 yards, man. And
you know what was weird? Is other locals had bigger and better were sort of first on the ground, and they had the actual, like LiDAR and things for everywhere around Ben Hill, and some of us obviously had those things too. Before this dude ever even, like, just saying, you know. And of course, these things, obviously were nothing compared to what the feds had going on. Facts. So, I don't know. And I gotta ask him. He's affiliated with Equipment, right? Yeah, remember that drone problem when they come back in one time? They're supposed to be coming back in whatever in drone, but then it turns out they were so stupid they didn't even think make too much footage, so they were unable to use the equipment they brought, and it ended up being like 4 of them sweating balls on the ground. But it was okay, Bubos. I'm like, what kind of train groups? Like, oh yeah, we can use those here. And wait, we've already been here like a couple times in the weeks prior to know that this was going to be the case when we hit ground this time. But we brought drones, couldn't use it anyway. And then that meant the team was useless except for like 4. But wait, what? I don't know. Apparently, I just didn't bring the right drone or drone operator or something.
going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to get better equipment. I've been over here, as you were talking, I'm looking at the chat. I would like to address a few things, if you don't mind, Cam.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I guess EquuSearch hadn't consulted with their buddy Gene or the fellow Bales yet, right?
Looks like DeQuinto, he's asked a few questions that I like to answer. It was the mid 1980s that we started putting missing children on milk cartons and cereal boxes.
Yeah.
Yes, that absolutely needs to continue. It may not be as
Okay. I know it seemed like a good idea back then, but any of y'all aware of the truth and stats surrounding the milk carton stuff and the reality how that all worked out? They're really good pieces, in-depth ones, done online here. I've watched a couple. I encourage you to go look that up. Yeah.
as an
Now, I don't know why it didn't work better, man, because honestly, it will work better for children who have been missing for lengthy periods than it would like say if a child went missing and then the next morning You know, and let's be real, with now living 26, and this was 21. But milk comes in on shipments every few days, etc. in the grocery store. Then it's whatever, and there are more dairy farms closer, so they were able, whatever. But the thing is, all that aside, the stats around that working for, everything, it just didn't work out quite well. But it could be something that works for children, and if society, obviously it's children featured, where um, children have been missing a while. That could bring back attention to them and needed attention, or, jar people's memories, or spook a person responsible, or maybe make them turn themselves in. It could still work, but only in, like, sort of, say, quote, cold case variety. Not like milk cartons running, like, picture of a child that just went missing, because a lot of times by the time the milk cartons make it to shelves, what you have is a found child. So, because that is how most actually culminate. The child's found within just a short time, or a day or two, and blah blah. So it actually, yeah. I encourage y'all to go. There are a few good pieces about that and stats around it and all that, online, and the truth behind it. So, yeah, anyway. Carrying on.
Alert, but it could definitely help find someone. I mean, you never know. You really never know.
What do we have now? The Walmart poster boards that are up.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
And, I'll admit it myself. I've walked by those so many times.
Me too.
And, it's sad.
Nah, most people always do walk by without paying any attention. And that was, which tents did they use after being so concerned about? Hey, but it always takes maybe being pregnant or having a daughter or something to suddenly be like, oh, come out of booth. Question is, do then you stop and look at all those billboards and each face on them, and then are you able to, look for all of those missing children all at one time every day that you travel through the world long? And most people don't, you know. So, yeah. And obviously, most people's memory banks are not set to where they can retain the facial features and then go back looking for that many on a daily basis. So, unless you carry around a stack of cards, compare every face you come across. It's hard for anyone to do. It's the thing, but man, like.
DeQuinto also asked what state I was in. I'm in Tennessee, so I'm not far from Cam.
Yep.
Um,
and again, like he said, we're going to go over some cases that he's helped with, and it's going to continue to grow. I know that he can't go into the things that he's working on right now, or will be working on, but he helped with. I didn't find this out till the other day that he had helped with Tegan's case. He's helped with Summer's case.
Oh, okay. So he can't go into any of that. He's not supposed to say or do or give anything on Summer's case, anything, in 21. Huh. See, now I'm curious. Should I touch the buttons? Is he now doing that? Is that occurring? I wonder. I don't know. Will he? If he'll come online for Columbus 3, and he's online with Columbus 400. So I don't know. But what was that again?
And will continue. And it's going to continue to grow. I know that he can't go into the things that he's working on right now, or will be working on. But he helped with. I didn't find this out till the other day that he had helped with Tegan's case. He's helped with Summer's case, and will continue to help with her case. I'm sure of. And I wanted, before I go any farther, this second Fox nanny, she's been with us for a long time, and we actually discussed this question I got up on the screen yesterday about how the leaf, with it falling, it actually helps you a whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the other question that I was going to answer next, Cam. Let's talk about the leaves falling and what that does for us. So we originally started.
Nobody in the year 21 till Feds amendment that when they finally-ish did actually leave the area entirely with Ariel, that their plan, and even we knew that, was to always come back. Now, I know YouTube had histrionics, but they're like, oh God, they're there again. Oh my God, what's going on? But all of us knew we had been promised they would be back. We were like, please don't stop any of that stuff up there, the wonderful things, but we were promised and told they would be back. And that would be as the leaves and stuff fell, so they could get all of that too, compile it, compare it, do all the stuff it takes while put all the stuff together, But that too would help them as well. But yeah, y'all had histrionics, but oh my God, it's a thing. But we all knew they'd be returning, as promised, and they did exactly that. But yeah, so fuck feds and law enforcement, right, who returned with their big boy stuff. Right? Just fucking forget them. Uh-huh. Make that into a spectacle, make this something I just can't do it. And if that also isn't a repetitive pattern of this group and toolbag, I don't know what is. They always want the real guys out and they want to move some real shit in. Right? And change out real state and locally funded advocates that are, are provided by the state and resources and probationer fees and all this for some douchebag pretend advocates like Benny and others online. Some real this for that, real searchers. They want to push them out, make sure they can't even do their jobs without them filming and doing this there. Like they've done in every case. You remember Sebastian's when JLR and all them ran up on the dogs as they're searching for Sebastian. And they couldn't do a damn thing. And when you're filming them like that, you couldn't let perpetrator and perpetrators know stuff they need not know. Do any of y'all give a shit? No. And then you want your douchebag crews, their douchebag dogs and search dogs that piss on things to come in, though, don't you? And then you want some asshole like McDonald to take over case and the one's affecting it, don't you? And you want some goddamn Jim Terrys as PIs and all this other bullshit instead of real detectives. And, right? Every fucking time. I don't know about you guys, but dear world, it makes perfect sense to me in a money 501c3 non-profity way. Crypto and funneling fuckery around here way. From top to bottom and cesspool running all the way to the top of the talking head horse shits, you know. Yeah. It sure does. Kiss. Yeah, but it's all about the victims, survivors, fighters, their families, law enforcement, justice, right? Bullshit it is.
Drones for search and rescue. We'd map an area, we'd take some pictures of it, and a person, an individual like me or you, would look at those pictures, and it's called squinting. That's the process. You would look at those pictures one by one, and a study shows that humans are only capable of spotting a target 30% of the time when reviewing.
And also, can we just point out for a moment that the name of the game part of it inside of this fucking true crime tool bag douche canoeville is what they do is they stalk not only the locals and hunt them down and try to acquire and do all this shit, right? But like Cat Lover and the Lenders and the rest of everybody else is on the ground within minutes and hours of summer vanishing, and all these freaks and geeks and weirdos and tweaks and twacks. What they do, and you can clearly see them do by their own videographic evidence, such is they try to get as close to command posts and law enforcement, or they get certified, and then they come traveling in from a few hours distance, and they try to embed and insert and search groups that shit, and then they feed it back out to YouTube, social media. Hopefully don't get caught at it, and they fuck up cases that way, etc. And they do everything they can along the way, this YouTube conring here, to wag, to follow along behind law enforcement. That's the name of the game. They insert in and around, try to get eyes and ears on, try to get as close as possible to, embedded in, etc., in the ears of family or those surrounding cases or witnesses or maybe whatever it takes, right? See what kind of questions or what's being done or what's being this, that, and the other, and then they balance themselves right to follow right along behind where they think the investigation's leading. Okay? And, they will also do shit, and I've seen them do this, and since I've been one of those, they've done it too. What they'll do is they'll call in numerous things. Hoaxes, bullshit, stuff like that, but little pieces of something based in something, right? And they'll see if law enforcement bites, or if they're showing up on the people they call in, or if they can get searches or setting other enacted, or whatever. Like, say they'll make bullshit calls in, or they'll do whatever around where, and then they will have watchers on the ground come by and see if law enforcement is bit. And they'll do that to sort of everybody they can suss out in and around these situations. And that way they sort of get an idea of who might be this or who might be that or who might be whatever, right? And then they make it a thing. Or I know that throughout the years I've also experienced this group when they do something criminal and extremely federal crime oriented shit, or things are getting caught, turned in, or one of us or me might be believed about what the hell they're doing or how they're doing it. What they then try to do is like, oh gosh, I get on a couple of them, but man, I don't trust nobody, and I believe you. Like, y'all remember that Penny Linda shit, right? Like, they also like, she's total dumbass. And Linda with her old, I don't trust nobody. Who are you talking to? I'll go turn my stuff into them. Turns out Penny's like, don't tell her shit. We just need to know who she's talking to. You want to know and want to know shit like that? Or whatever fucking loser dick around here who's worried about whatever the fuck they've gotten into around us, whatever. They'll have some assholes be like, I've got info on Summer Jody Sue. I need somebody you trust to go talk to or turn it into. You know why I do that? Because they want the name of the agents or local or surrounding agencies and agents, police, detectives, etc. that we're talking to. That way they can go by and fuck them with their cul-de-sac, clean records, silver tongues, make them think we're XYZ. They're actually working to fuck shit, right? Because if any of us are believed about what they've been doing to us, then it's going to be bad, right? Like Penny said to Linda, we just need to know if she's thrown us under the bus. No, bitches. You threw yourselves under the bus. And it's why some of us are like, nah, I'm not telling you the fuck I'm talking to. Go talk to fucking TBI Fun, dumbasses. You know? Or your own whatever, so. Kiss my ass. You know? And they try to suss that shit out all the time. But they will do shit like that, and I've watched them do it. I've watched real law enforcement stand here in the yard, and after so many calls by these motherfuckers, even like Benny and shit, when he called in under fake names, they would show me like, it's goddamn Benny again. He gave us XYZ name. I was like, I don't know. And, anyway, so during these things, right, it's like there were certain vehicles appearing at the stop sign. I was supposed to be having history on it, and shit, according to everybody. And you'd watch law enforcement every single fucking time. These same vehicles started showing up appearing within a little bit. And sitting. It's like, yeah. And so, in that way, even law enforcement realized we're being fucked with, and to see what they responded to or would, or in case this group wanted to use as content, and they're seeing when they did things to Ian Little, and especially when Andy and Becca Hoback over there were doing fuck shit with Lips, Slim, Jenny, Adrian, all the rest. You know, to do shit, Rojo, fucking Birdie, Tiffany, Jenny, Adrian, whatever else, right? Scott, Benny. You know, they would do these things, you know, and, see how it was, you know, they were judging the wind, you know, and, yeah, it was really fucked, but even law enforcement, hey, goddamn, it's that car again, same one that was there last time we were here. And I was like, yeah, no shit. Been done, you know, right? And so it's pretty noticeable what they do. Also, these assholes like Ryan and everybody else the whole time. All they've been trying to do is get around everybody in the community to see really what line of question everybody's been asked, what this, what that, if they can figure out where real warrants or searches or any of that's occurred, and then weasel dick into it, and then if they hear something throughout the community or where I see you or those dingleberries like that, can suss out what them McDonough, their dirty tool bag, etc. do is they follow behind it, and then they will often, even at detriment of the case, they will air out all that fucking shit that they find, even if it means the absolute destruction and annihilation of the case, to be first. Right? While proclaiming to y'all they actually give a shit. And they don't. They're following what they can ferret the fuck out. And often that is, well, a whole bunch of fuck up. And also, I will tell you that the team is known to, I don't know, this is the beginning. If they even hear the least little thing, they just go wild and histrionic with it, and they build up their own bullshit, and they still don't know enough to know what the fuck, and they just end up building and weaving whatever, because they're fucking morons, and they stepped into the wrong Shadowlands, and Unfortunately, I believe that's helped them create more than a few of the major narratives you see, or aiming towards certain wrong people you see throughout the years, and using or attempting to use this place as a toolback. Uh, and what that can inevitably cause is potentially the script writing into real life of a person or persons responsible that no way is. And getting someone blamed or arrested falsely, and that's not good. But, I just, I really wish, I never imagined someplace like this fucking existed in my life. This is a shit of fucking nightmares and horrors. I really wish there was a time machine. If ever I've wished for anything in my life, that's it. And only so far as an if. At the very beginning, I swear to God, even if we didn't know what was going on, but law enforcement did, knowing what I know now, I would absolutely cheer. And seriously, though, well, I'm getting a little off track there, but to watch law enforcement seriously just arrest the shit out of every Brad and McDonough and fucking cat lover and fucking Linder and everybody else and bullshit ass bitch Squall and the Cams and everybody else, the tweaker Tates and all that shit as they come and went. I would have cheered fucking wholeheartedly for that. Now I can tell you in real time though, I would have given anything for them jerk Juanita's ass up, or a bunch of the looky-loos or the weirdos coming in the road screaming and yelling at us and other neighbors and shit. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause that's really the only perspective we had at that point in age, you know. I would have given anything for that. But I really believe that's something that should start being done almost fucking immediately in every fucking case these son of bitches touch online and go real life on or boots on the ground. I know there's been some talk and titles about somebody around jail or being arrested the last few days. I'm gonna tell you that I hope to see a day in my time on this earth to where every time a Molly, a JLR, an Eileen, an ICU, a fucking hood rager, whatever else, you know, a fizz crank, I don't give a fuck. A Daisy, a Jinkies, a fucking Roho wants to drive by, a goddamn Vincent, or a fucking Nana, or goddamn Jennifer Parrott wants to drive by and do tour guides, they get jerked the fuck up and put in fucking cells for it. Every time they want to go real life on, every time it's Scott and everybody else want to enact blackmail letters or bullshit or propagating shit that goes real life on, or people like Jenny and Ain't Rest or Pipers, they want to really get people. I hope it's an instant thing that the public and world starts seeing. That these people are absolutely arrested. And to where it doesn't take time or maybe even years. Especially with rings or this many federal crimes, you know what I mean? I hope that because I live in a world in which truly don't like monsters. And justice should be real. Not scripted or narrated. Not tampered or hindered with. And I know there are all kinds of forms of justice in the world. But, I am a believer in our branches of government and the way in which things should work, and maybe they don't work well all the time or fair all the time, but there are ways to fix that. But the normalization of this type of culture and climate, it has got to be reined in because it is harming us as a society. People's brains and sponginess for buying propaganda, and that means very bad things across the board, not just missing children and women and this the other. But I just I don't want any other victim, survivor, fighter, their case to ever be touched by the hands of this much evil and terrible under the guise of care and concern by a bunch of fucking assholes online or bigger monsters. Most of the time are as equal to the ones that do these terrible crimes in the first place. I don't want others in these communities surrounding cases to ever go through or feel what so many have felt in so many of these cases as groups latched on 2 3 years. And at this point, the list has grown so much over the years that I've been here that, yeah, I mean, even I have a hard time remembering everyone's names and things and how many this place just latches on over and over and over and over and over and over again. And eats and destroys and eats and destroys, and it's one after the next, and then forgotten, and no more hearts and ones and twos, and I don't want any more people to experience what, honestly, at this point is an abundance of people throughout all these years, even before Summers, have experienced at the hands of this fucking group. That continues on. I don't want anyone else to feel or be done the same way that so many have been done. Their lives destroyed and annihilated or victimized or hurt, or their futures forever altered or raped. I don't want that for anyone. Not the Fry Guys or the Jeremys or the food truck people or, the teenagers simply doing teenager stuff like around Kylie. I don't want the babysitters like in Quentin's. I don't want like the bread guy, in Reeds or like the other teenagers like in Sebastian's. Like I don't want anybody to be done this way to feel this way. Our other neighbors, like in Quintons or here in Summers, or in some other cases, whether they be, you know, elderly people or um, those with dementia or Alzheimer's or cancer or sensitive individuals like those with autism or cerebral palsy or other things to be disrupted to points of extreme health concerns or things that could enact like death or whatever, right? For them, or you know, um, being tormented the last days of their lives and health that are available, by these assholes and boots on the ground and people yelling they road and screaming or pinpointing them, all this other crazy shit. While people watch like goddamn piranhas where a chunk of meat's been thrown in, like a pond and feeding frenzy and pitchforks and torches out at all the wrong people because this group drags on and it's absurd. It's terrible. You you know, I've watched them do it on Ben Hill. Too many of us undergoing health stuff or end of life stuff. Those in there that could have seizures to the point of losing their life too. And then when I said something, y'all thought it was fucking funny or hilarious. Or it was the mayor this or trying to control it. It's like, no, I really care about these neighbors and people and family members and things. And y'all want to make it, because of these tragedy pimps, so a way to spin it, right? And go, oh, it's just Jody Stewart trying to control it. They don't want anybody in there. It's like, man, you're harming these people. You got Dolly over his fucking drone making a man's dreams and wishes that he's having to leave behind. Stay in their trash and all this other stuff, man. That's fucking cruel and terrible. And, bullhorns there screaming and yelling at people present that could have seizures that could end their fucking life. And it was no joke. But unless they can make the public go, hey, Jody Sue just told anybody Shade's on search or Shade says Shade's that. Oh, she's scared. She must be sus then. Oh, that way you didn't list it. And that way the public didn't go, wait a minute. Maybe Jody Sue actually does have it. And these things do matter. Maybe we shouldn't be all bloodlusty for more blood on blood and whatever. And watching all this shit as entertainment when these are real lives. And Jody's so serious when she says that a bullhorn ain't doing no good and a dolly ain't no good. And all these people coming there screaming and filming and now all these things. And they ain't helping Summer and they're detrimental and hurtful and unwanted by those in situations like that. And, but at least they could, so they build up propaganda throughout the years against those of us with common sense, decency, a heart, soul. That way others forget their own and they continue to watch the bloodbath online. And really think Molly and Bullhorn and Dollies and all of them are really helping. Right. But the rest of us are just evil fucking people. And the sad part is public buys that shit often somehow. Propaganda's a hell of a thing. Here, I guess, whatever this shit show was way back.
Digital images, 30% of the time. So, a guy by the name of Shane Michaels developed a program along with Gene Robinson's on his team as well. Gene helped with some input in this program. This program is called Locate. And basically the way Locate works is we get our drone out to a location of interest, and we map this area using a mapping software. It will take several images of the area. It's all autonomous. We don't even have to worry about flying the drone. Only in certain environments will we fly it manually. But it will map the area, take a bunch of pictures. Then we run those images through Locate. And let's say, Cam, let's say you have on a red shirt and you go missing. And we're looking for you. We put in the color red in Locate. Let me tell you what this program will do. It will go through those pictures for us.
Oh, wow.
And based on a color palette that you input, which would be red, it will give you the locations of objects of interest.
Cam, such a fucking genius. Guy goes, it'll go through the pictures for us. Cam's like, oh, wow. Fucking idiot.
Allow you to walk right to the location. Excuse me. It will give you the coordinates of this location.
Well, yeah, that's generally how you find your way to an exact location. It's because, if it's done this way, it's because something gives you the coordinates.
You can zoom in on the picture to see if you can tell what it may be.
Then again, if you're local to an area, a local searcher, you live in that area or anything like that, you might be familiar with certain areas or how to get to XYZ terrain even by staring at an image, even if it does not give you the coordinates. There's that too. Carry on.
And most of the time you can tell right away what something is. But there's some times where you're like, hey, I really need to check that out. Okay, you pull up the GPS coordinates, you put it in your phone, and you walk right to it.
Right. And
Locate can be used with 1 inch.
You know what's good about this is we shouldn't have any more Ryan and Emma trying to pull in, Layla and Hollins with Summers. And, with the Google map bullshit never made sense to tune in Adrian and pretend to do the little smack about with, luring techniques. But where Ryan did the whole, there's a pink outfit and thing luring. For the other cases, like mine with Summers trying to be pink out, So thank God for that he'll have this guy from now on, so we shouldn't see any more of those bullshit rinse repeat patterns, should we? Of the lure in, trigger bitching, try to get near around the nonsense of the Emma variety. Or the Smiley variety of that, or the Ryan variety. Thank God they can locate things with colors, and you just send this guy right in to figure out whether it's bullshit or not before he went live and speculated to trigger bitch man or lure man in an acquisition type way, combined over several social media platforms. Hey, we found a use for this shit after all.
It detects colors in the pixels of a photograph, a digital photograph. If I have 1 inch of red in a picture, it can detect it.
Wow. That's impressive. And I know that...
Oh, it is. We should have no further instance of Ryan in a pink whatever, years later in a Korean. Maybe it's later I'll end with Emma instance, should we?
I think y'all had some problems with when you first went out is where the canopy was so thick, and then I guess the colors of the flowers and stuff that was blooming, because you can pick up on something as small as a petal.
Huh.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's one of the things that we have issues with, and we have to dial in the spring and summer is you've got a lot of flowers. So you go out and you're looking for the color red or the color pink, and you get a lot of hits on flowers. So you have to dial that in. But once you dial it in and it takes all those flowers away, you're golden. You've got exactly what you need. And you know, we use that system, or we use that program on Summer's case when we went down there, when I went in with EquiSearch. And
Oh dear. Did you have X-ray vision? Maybe you see like Superman through all the foliage. I don't know. I lost there, but whatever you say.
I actually done some recon with the PIs, and
If I hear that fucking term one more time, I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Bro. So I guess this is after his news thing. Don't care either. But no, wait, was this when Z was in to talk to a drone thing in the back? Fuck, I don't know. There's so many things. But I don't know where I was headed with that. Didn't he just say a few minutes ago we wanted to talk about none of that shit? But yet here he is talking about that exact shit. It's about like EquiSearch did, making sure to publicize through all of our local papers, all this there, and across the world. Dear locals, if you see it, shh, and don't take pictures and don't post them online because it might give info away and things could be moved and perpetrator could know and everything needs to remain hush hush. And then even we who weren't really watching, what we then see is Raider get instantly online while still here and say all the things while advertising for donations, of course, with Duty Ron and everybody else, of course. Well, like, hold the fuck up. All you did was get attention on you, build up the whatever, make sure local everybody else be watching your stupid shit, and then it would bring up more media news attention for you, more insurance, and then get more donations to non-profits, of course. Huh. Well, alright then, dude. Did it not hold true once you could speak to YouTube? Like, you said as soon as you were like, okay, mission accomplished, whatever, right? Here, YouTube. Right? Okay, guy. See, the same shit. A minute ago, he said he couldn't speak about none of this. Now he's all like speaking about it. Wow. What is that? I mean, are all of you all paying for the same training session back here somewhere between like that bullshit Chase U's fucking evergreen shit to whatever deception detective or lame ass bullshit Benny and Penny and all them were taking at one point? What the fuck is this? Is there like a training school back here somewhere? It's got all y'all doing the same shit? Or am I just tripping?
we were able to determine a few locations that we wanted searched, and we did fly those areas. And unfortunately, there was a few anomalies that we found, but they turned to be nothing of interest.
Right.
But Cam, you're right. I'm not going to give up on this case. I want to let everyone know that now, that just because we're not
Yeah, one of these coyotes out here tonight, I think, has got hold of like ditch meth or something. Just hear that son of a bitch. Out here sounding like a damn jackal hyena and shit. Man, same one's being attempted to be run off by the rest of the group riding one, because it's sort of serious.
Right now flying is we will be back out there. We will be back out. I will definitely go back out if I'm requested by law enforcement. I will definitely go back out there and fly, and we will get a lot.
What if you're just requested by Ryan? And then we get online and talk about it, and all the things that you've previously. Oh, Jesus.
Ground covered, and especially with the leaves on the ground now, and we can see through these trees a lot better. And we've got some technology that I want to bring back out there as well. And we'll talk about that technology a little bit later on. Yeah.
Also, one of these bastards on here, I think, has a dog. I don't recall Cam and him ever having one. I don't know what's going on in this shit.
Yeah.
And speaking of, remind me before we get off here, there's something I want to show you.
See, DeQuinto says it's too bad the drones can't fly over woods and make the trees disappear. Yeah. Man, I'm gonna hire you right now. Let's get this done.
That's, and to go back on what she was saying, just like you started to explain, when the leaves fall, it's better for him, because even though there's leaf litter, we had talked about this the other day. It might make it a little hard.
Tripping. And I see one of the kids coming out earlier, and they're like, "These coyotes are acting crazy." Too, because they're losing their shit tonight. Don't know why, but something's got them stirred. That's what one of the pauses was, and making sure all our animals and things are in. Because they're losing their shit tonight. And the moon was pretty and full over the mountain back here, but I don't know what phase it's in right now. I'm not really paying attention the last few days. But, it was pretty bright earlier. But I don't know, something's got them stirred up. And, but there's also a dog on here. Pretty sure of it. Whatever, I'm gonna let all them do them out there. Whatever the hell's going to ever do it.
On ground, but it doesn't cover up everything. There could be some kind of color that sticks out. And it'll pick up on it. That's what I believe he's trying to explain. It's going to grab it if it's there. If it's within an inch in a photograph, that's very impressive. And everybody's saying thank you, Chris, for what you do. What was I going to go next? I was going to talk about. Do you want to talk about just the technology you have, where we were kind of went over it a little bit, but with the vegetation, say if somebody has been missing for a while and they were buried, and
yeah, absolutely. I'd be glad to talk about that. So, like I've been telling Cam, we are adding technology to our fleet every day. We are looking for new technology. We are looking at studies and seeing what happens when cadavers or bodies in the ground. We want to be able to figure out a better way to find them. So, we have a drone that is capable of using different spectrums of color to locate a clandestine grave. We can we can determine based on the vegetation whether a body has been thrown out there or whether it's been buried in the ground there. We can fly our drone over, and it sticks out. It sticks out like, like I don't even know how to explain it, but it's fantastic, and I can tell you it's going to be used in so many cold cases in the future. It's going to be a difference maker.
That's
You know,
awesome.
Gene Robinson was able to, he was the one that was able to do this research with a grant from the NIJ, the National Institute of Justice. And he was able to, be able to make a difference in doing that. And I've seen a lot of his studies, and that's, what I'm going off of. I am in constant contact with Gene. Gene is teaching me every single day. I learn something new from that guy. He's such a great teacher. Unfortunately, the man's in Texas.
Right.
But, we get on the phone daily, and he teaches me something new. We talked about recently, and I know Gene's talked about this before on other channels, that you can use a thermal camera to determine the temperature of the ground. And let's say you have a body that's been out and it's been buried for 90 days, and it still puts off a heat.
Things that make you go, what the fuck? Yeah, no shit. No shit. The breakdown of materials creates energy based at, never mind, fuck it. I think this has been known in science and death, forensic areas, etc. for eons. Yeah, but what is temperatures and growth rates of plants or dead spots and zones and all this could be wait. Yeah. That's been known in forensics for, dear Lord. And then I think anybody, if you know the breakdown material, any breakdown of any natural material, no matter what it is, creates energy, right? And the breakdown and energy thing, of course, sweet mother of God. And yeah, it's astounding. I'm glad we all just came to awareness that thermal, can tell the difference in temperatures. So fucking glad for that. Sweet fucking Christ.
Signature after 90 days. So
I'm allowed to have a reaction to shit I didn't watch almost 5 years ago, okay? I was probably actually busy. The night before Thanksgiving. Actually, was this year Green Eyes was trying to use the one drink against me? And that had been the first thing, or the second one we'd have without my pet. Was that night? Green Eyes was fucking tormenting me, thinking that I was hammered with one drink, and then they tried to dox other families' cars and what she. Was that Thanksgiving? I remember. Yeah. I believe it was. Either way, I definitely wasn't watching Cam.
Imagine, like,
There's
being able
Equisearch.
to. Yeah, absolutely. I just seen that. Twyla.
Yeah, there's Equisearch in here tonight with this guy.
Twyla is actually Twyla is on my board of directors. She is fantastic. I could not ask to have any of a better person on my board of directors than Twyla. Most of you all know her. She's an amazing person. And she cares. Look, Cam. If there's something I want to say about her, is she cares just as much as me or you or anyone else about all of these children. And I have seen her
I can
work
tell.
her butt off, man. She works her butt off to make sure that, these kids get found, or any missing person. She really does. She really does work hard.
Well, thank you, Twila. Thank you, EquiSearch. Thank you. I mean, this is what makes a difference when people come together, and we work together, and we use resources. Chris didn't tell you. He said even though he'll come when law enforcement asks him to come, but he has permissions for private properties too, and he can go in and do things. With his technology, he hasn't gave up, and he's still. We're all doing things, and that's thanks to the private investigators too. They've helped get us get things in.
Okay, somebody's dying, somebody has children. I think those are Cam and Allie's children. Allie's exhausted. Cam's online. We don't know. Cam's slightly toasted. It's fun.
Recon, and gladly let us be a part of it. I don't know, we really do appreciate you guys.
Oh yeah, Cam and Twist Rim's version of oh yeah. Here tell rumors in the community say they enjoyed, I don't know, trespassing, entering places they shouldn't. I know, certain airing or putting out shit they were not supposed to, getting in trouble for. It must have all been for summer, though. It's like Ryan, right? Respecting the locals and this there so much that he got in his Napoleon fields there a couple weeks ago, and had been obviously requested not to put out certain things, and I was like, no, I'm not going live with you, certain interviews, blah blah. Fine, I got the recordings anyway, so. And then who did the dirty work buffer shit like I was talking about? Justin Louisiana too, and smiled the shit, and like recently seen with the paperwork from Nana while she pretended, oh no, oops. Yeah. Well, let's see it so many damn times. So many damn times. But, Ryan had someone else do dirty work, and, he told the local he obviously did not respect, or, I don't know, men and women who actually do save lives, run towards things, didn't respect them in the least either, and all the stuff. But he then had one of the buffers do the dirty work, go roundabout. I believe that was a curse that did part of it, and put it out in the Duchess format, right? Yeah. Like the two Phoebes in a raincoat. Moto. Nana's not responsible. Yeah. I call fucking shenanigans. Anyway, carry it on.
And for bringing us in and trusting us like you have, and we're not going to give up. This case hit close to home to me because of my daughter, and they're the same age. My daughter.
No, now it's had to have a daughter of the same age to give a shit about. But it's like, does anybody remember the propaganda at Chase? Somebody wouldn't take off a mask. First it was COVID, and then it was like, no, nobody's seeing Chase's face, such Brad. Because he wanted to keep it about the summer, and he didn't want to be a hero answer, but as soon as he gets interviewed, he takes that motherfucker off and is standing there like goddamn Peter Pan in front of the billboard. Y'all remember that shit? And Twister didn't actually be on camera, but whoopsie. Interesting, huh? They all say that shit. I mean,
summer is. And when I saw, I'll be very honest with you, when I heard about the Evelyn Boswell case, my I really started paying attention. And then when Summer's case happened, it really made me want to get active in this community. And when I really got active into it and looking into things, I realized it was a lot bigger problem than we could ever imagine. So
No, you just watched the Boswells. Their brothers made fortunes and everything was formulated. Scotts and the Brads and all the weirdos and more than a few of the stalkers and well the core team around Chateau Wells, all the shit and the ABs, the McDonough's, Web Sleuths, etc. You know, yeah, all applied in Boswell's. That's why this group was already formed and it was inserted so hard and quick into summer. We get it. Everything starts somewhere, don't it? Sure as fuck does. But they're all little armies. Just love and care. But yet they can't care unless they have a daughter. I don't know. Same age. It strikes me like the same people that stand here. There's something to be said for people that say shit like that and others that you see all the time and be like, I swear on my children's blah, blah, blah. I'm like, ah! Why the that's my first like red flag in this people. You ever say it around me? I'm like, yeah, we ain't made to say we're not gonna be friends. Nah, there's only certain sections of the populace that say weird shit like that. That's a giant flag. We'll walk away. Carrying on.
and it does again. I'm sorry to go off track like that,
No,
but
you're fine.
they these all these people that y'all see that are in here tonight. Thank you, EquiSearch, for coming in here.
Oh,
Thank you,
God.
Chris. Thank you to the PIs. Thank you to the divers. Need a diver. I just talked to them today. They called me. They were, they've been out doing their thing, but they keep in touch with us. Thank you to the parents. I wanted to thank you, Web Sleuths, for sending Tegan's father over here to us. We tried to help.
Oh dear, Boswell and Web Sleuths, you say? No shit. Web Sleuths, are y'all aware that Web Sleuths is they're a bot thing? Like, it's actually a company that owns Web Sleuths, not Trish. Y'all aware of that, right? I hope you are. It really is a strange fucking place. Right? Trish only acquired it after it became famous, after the one-off, uh, Don't Fuck Around with Cats. And then she trashed the shit out of it, as you can see. But, and then of course you get Jenny and Adrian from that, and then Michelle walks all over the place. And don't even get me started on that little bag dirt bitch this week. But anyway, yeah. Weird. Like, damn, I told y'all. Holy shit. And I believe the mission of the company that owns Web Sleuths, technically, it was so that Web Sleuths could be used as a donation portal and to garner and get donations to help fund cold case DNA testing. Yeah, that seems like Trisha's really been on a mission about all these years, don't it? And it's not widely known either, or made clear that it's actually a company that owns Web Sleuths. And it's not just Trisha running it, and a lot of people do not know that Trisha is not the same one or any of the originals there from Don't Fuck Around with, Cats. So, you know, it cost us somebody a fortune to buy a channel after it became famous. Which I believe it was originally, just Facebook and all this stuff. That well combined group shit again. Carrying on.
Difference with that, we pray daily for Tegan. We pray daily for Lexi Dyke. She was another Amber Alert that she came in our chat and actually came up on our live one night, and we don't know what's going on with her, but we can pray that she's in a better place than what she was going through. But sorry about that. Go ahead, Chris. And if you want to, we can start throwing footage up. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go ahead and throw some footage up. This is going to be what we're going to be seeing. Go ahead and put it up, and I'll explain what we're looking at.
All right, I'm gonna pull that. I have one downloaded, but I'm gonna pull that other one up from the.
And he loved parading around on her name, etc. Yeah, she was unaware that she'd been reported. It was like, what the fuck? But he loves touting that one. He's like, found another kid. No, that kid found him. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But does anybody remember these same periods, these tragedy pimps, where he started mentioning other locals' children that were missing? And I do know those families and their children. And they immediately come on here online with Prayer Garden, KM, and a few others that run in the name. And we're like, if you don't shut the fuck up and stop exploiting my child's name, we have government's not shut the fuck up and leave him be and leave the family be. And everybody went, oh. Right? Y'all remember those? I do. I do. Because some of these run there some dance. They caught on real quick what these son of bitches are. I don't know.
Drive, Google Drive. So that's to give you a heads up which one I'm doing here. Let's see here. Here we go. All right, guys, I'm going to push play. Let me start this over, and we'll make sure that we... Can y'all see it? There we go.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is, these are some tests that I've done with my Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced. I wanted to see how well we could track a subject. And so what you see is this is pitch black. This is complete darkness right here. And you can see I'm tracking a car, and I can see everything. If there was a person to be on the side of the road running, we would see it. It would stick out.
Well, we got to tell you, federal level drones have better systems than this have since before. I don't know. 9/11. But okay.
And the Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced, it's a great tool. It is a great tool, and it's probably one of the first drones that we would get in the air on a missing case or missing person case. But as you can see, it works really well. It does wonders.
You got to the point in it when I was watching it earlier that you were almost. But
also get this: you could help make sure your local search and rescue and police and fire departments and EMTs all had the same equipment. Yeah, you could do that.
Drone past the vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty awesome.
And we're talking about, this is speeds up to, we can go up to 40 miles an hour, man. When I was doing this, I had we were testing this at a visual observer and, watching from another vehicle. And then I was flying, and it was like, man, we're going 40 miles an hour. And I'm like, yeah, this is amazing. So
here, I think this is what I was kind of talking about, Twila, but she had a question. She said, Chris, tell them the little purple and pink flowers we seen on the case while you was flying and how high you were up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. So
she really dubbed her like that. Tell them about the little purple and pink flowers we seen on the case while you was flying and how high you was up in the air.
And I'll also mention something else as well. So we have, we were working a case and we were flying, 150 to 200 feet in the air. And we were mapping the area. And the first thing that popped on locate was so many pink flowers. And they were everywhere, pink and purple flowers. And like I said, we were up 200 feet in the air. I had a small pink ball that I found, and I was out. Actually, we were using locate for it, and we ended up finding that ball. And I've actually kept it kind of as a memento of. It was one of the first items that I actually found using the program, and
That's
so
awesome.
I keep it in my trunk. I've used it as a demonstration since. It's just a memento to me. So yeah.
Right, and this I wanted to address. I've talked to Fragile like a bomb a lot, and she's right, and we hope that it never gets to this. But his technology can find a child alive in that crucial time period that he's talking about. With the infrared, that's the main thing. That's what he's saying. If we get out there quick enough, if he gets out there quick enough, maybe he can. I mean, that stops any further thing that could go way worse than what you know what I'm saying. I mean, before we could prevent things from happening. Um, Twila, if you're interested, I can drop the link in the chat. You can come up if you want, or not. Just hit a yes or no in the chat. I'll drop it in there if you want, so you don't have to type it. Yeah, he does. I want to put this right here. Oh, sorry. Let me look at this. Oh, sorry, buddy. Yeah, I'll fix that.
Oh yeah, you're good.
I just got that.
Yeah. So let's talk a little about what it takes for us to come out. Sorry, I'm reading a comment here. I want to make sure that I understand exactly what they're saying. So we want to respect law enforcement. In no ways are we going to go against law enforcement's wish. And
I'm still waiting on an explanation for how he thinks or selling to the public the idea that he gets a 911 call like he has his own dispatcher or something. I don't know. Or how, unless he is very close to an actual crime occurring, or he could be within the 3-hour window if requested and allowed. Still waiting.
So we always want their approval when we come out on a case.
That's right.
That is a huge thing for us. We're not going to go out and we're not going to search things without law enforcement being involved and telling us that we can do it. But that's, that goes into what we're doing. It is key that we get this out there. And
okay, so let me get this straight. You want law enforcement's permission, approval, etc. before you come out or you do anything on any case. I'm like, you said earlier you weren't supposed to be talking about get whatever, right? Well then, and you respect them, but do you really if then they're going to find you, like, and then later on, you actually go give all the things and stuff away to YouTubers after law enforcement's allowed or approved of you being in or around or having details to certain I don't know, it might give you as bad of a reputation as like worried about earlier in this about. That's a bad way to make a name for yourself is just to like show up and try to whatever. But whatever, man, you make it make sense.
We get the technology out there and we show law enforcement that this is a.
But then again, if you're going to go to the school of Equisearch, it's kind of their bread and butter.
An up and coming is a fantastic thing. It can be used to their advantage. And once that happens, once we show law enforcement what kind of technology this is and how helpful it can be, at that point, they are not going to be hesitant to call us at all. I can tell you that, the law enforcement that was working on Summer's case when we come down there were pretty impressed with some of the things that we were able to do with our drones.
Maybe. And I could see that. Sure, the program is there, but honestly, what needs to happen is law enforcement, EMTs, real search crews, etc. need to have these things because they are going to be the first on the ground. And we as a society need to make sure they have the funding, the training, etc. to use these things immediately upon reaching ground. Not have to wait 45 fucking hours for somebody to connect dots wire, come out, mobile command units, when we already have those inside of these systems set up for emergency services. We just need to make sure this equipment is available to them, right? Those that are actually first on the ground, the first searching, and, who generally speaking aren't going to do so, and then go on to try to get silver streams and shit, airstreams, whatever the fuck. Yeah. That type of shit. Alright. So, I don't know. I guess it's whatever you feel good about. Guys, I'm gonna grab some ice. I will be right back. Lord, it really has to be. I don't know. We'll check what the phase is. Oh my god. All the animals are losing their loving fucking minds. All of them. It's relaxing. Mm. Uh, so it was full on the 15th. Um, anyway, it's now 2 days old and is waxing crescent phase. 7% eliminated. I bet this great shit's brighter than hell out there. Whatever. I don't know. Something's got the animals a start tonight. Yeah. So, 15th, it was the new moon. Anyway, fitting, I suppose. Anyway, let's see. I'm gonna try to hurry this up.
I think we really changed the way that they feel about drones. And I gave him my card. I made sure that they knew that they could call me at any time.
You said law enforcement went down to a singular. I guess that's probably over. I don't care. I just don't
care. So that's key. The key is being able to change the way they feel about drones.
Right, and that's let's, and I want to make sure too. I'll cover that. What I'm saying is, when we say that
I mean, did they hate them or something? Was there a memo passed from them? Like they didn't want something like they didn't want to use. I mean, hell, the fuck. Okay.
have permission for private properties, I assure you that is because the private investigators have reconned that, have permission from law enforcement, every parameter. So you can't just go out and go on people's land. You can't.
They're them stupid fucking nerds again. And yeah, I guess you can't go on people's private shit or break an internet unless you can or twist or somebody and you get diabetes, Fuck there, this stupid shit. God. And it ain't this piece. I have like this whole thing going over here in my eyeballs, man. I don't know. And I'd love to say it's like an eye thing, honestly, but it's not. It's like, fuck it, it don't matter. But it really is like, suddenly my whole ass orbital socket feels like 2 days after a good fight, like somebody's hit the fucking bone and it's sore shit. I don't know what the hell that's about. But there's like pains coming from it. But they can't be sued. That's what it fucking feels like, is when this edging's sore if you get punched in the eye real good. But it's like it's deeper than that. I don't know. Weird shit happens to me all the time. I'm just like, we're gonna walk it off and be fun. You should have seen it not that long ago. There was this, professional person in situations where they're like, bro, what? And I was like, are we doing code now? Like, your eyes are real puffy. Are you having reactions? So I was like, nah, it's normal. Like, man, that ain't normal. I was like, well, it's my normal. They're like, you want to explain that? Don't really. I was like, I'm fully aware they're not supposed to be that puffy as part of the no thyroid and, all that. I'm fully aware, but let's just say it's my normal. And it'll be fun. And he's like, man, that ain't gonna be fun if that's great. It's like, it will. Felt like I could have been like on that video with that Fire Department Chronicles gun. It's great. It's like it is. It's fun. Yeah. It's like, by God, I know it's normal, but it's my normal. You hear me? Anyway, carry on.
When they say you can't come in, when law enforcement says you can't come in, everything is strictly by the book with what law enforcement wants people to do. You got to be very careful with that and not step on their toes. I mean, you want to work beside them, not against them, because it's very let's face it, as they have the most resources out of any of us. So let's keep that very clear. And I wanted to.
Yeah, they were all totally working right beside them with tweaker Tates and bullshit propaganda and fuck shit and Cam being toasted and wasting the FBI and law enforcement resources, telling him I should have somehow checked Summerwell's groups while I was out searching. Yeah. Yep. And the shitties continue to do propaganda stuff throughout. And almost every time he's fallen off the wagon, needs money to continue falling further off the wagon, or his bond money. Yeah. And then he comes live again. Goddamn. It's bigger than devil. I'm sure it'll happen. Anyway, right now, I just can't with him. I'm not going to either. Hope everything turns out there. Anyway.
And that's not what I was trying to say. Thank you for going over it, Chris.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, that is key. We definitely want to make sure that we're working with law enforcement. But, yeah, what is there anything else you want to continue into?
Well, what I wanted to do was, Philip, I wanted to see. I didn't see if Twyla answered, and I was making sure I didn't click off the screen.
Right. Yeah, I think she had mentioned, maybe coming on the show with you one day. So
okay, cool.
We'll definitely talk to her about that.
Right, we'll do that at a separate time. And I just wanted to not be rude and invite her up here where she was in here, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let me yeah, there you go. We see you said that, or she said you never want to step on people's toes. That's for sure.
Yeah, all right. And I'm telling you, you ought to see what some of us hold in the background. For what the fuck these characters and shit were doing in the background at the time. And their affiliations and fuckery with even one another around everything. And it was fighting over all the bullshit. It was insane. And by this point, I didn't have a YouTube, but I had my Facebook. But the clamoring over one another was trying to, acquire. So the shit at that point, like, they just sold the hell out of one another. They're just like, oh, here's all the things. Pick me instead. Bitch, I ain't stupid. I ain't picking none of y'all. But go ahead. Anyway. But yeah, the shit that okay. Oh my god. And they would talk about each other like they loved each other and everything is fucking kumbaya while everybody shit on everybody else and behind the scenes that people didn't. I just can't, see the full story behind this particular shit here. I do remember at least that much and what all it contains, and it's pretty funny. What the hell's going on? These two and other members of all the things and what was actually being. I just can't. It's. I just fucking can't. Yeah, I don't think it's aged well. I don't think it aged well then. But whatever.
Thank you, Foggy Mom, for that. We appreciate it. Let me get the next bit of footage up here for everybody to see.
Please.
I'm gonna have to share my whole screen for this one. It's my downloads. So here we go. Let me pull this one up. This is a little bit of a long one, guys. And here's the MP4.
So yeah, this was all also done with the Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced, and it was another training session where we were looking into tracking different subjects or tracking vehicles, and you can see the dense trees in the area.
You can see the shadows in the bottom of the truck bed.
Yeah, so if we had and look at that, you've got there. I want to point something out. You can see the tracks there in the grass, but if we had our other technology out here, it would show up even more. Oh my goodness,
that's intense, man. To see that vivid, and I'm going to point. If y'all can see my cursor here, look at the truck bed. That is amazing.
Wow, y'all remember that footage though from around 2001, 2, etc. I got a question. If the thing can only go 40 miles per hour, what do you do in places where, like, people aren't obeying speed limits or the speed limit, like through, well, look, half the road in Beach Creek, whether it's on, inbound or outbound, have different speed limits. One side is like 55, and I'm not anybody listens to this shit, but so without running, like, I just, yeah, I don't know.
and you can see every path, every bit of. I mean, even looks like even just bare spots without vegetation. That's amazing stuff right there. Let me get out of full screen here, and I'll come back in there. That's awesome. While I'll have this screen up, I'm gonna pull up your gear, kinda what we have. So let you go over it. Can y'all guys see that?
Yeah, so that is actually what we're looking at now. That is the Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced. So you can see how small this drone is. We can throw a spotlight on it. We can throw a speaker on it. If we know that someone's in a general area and we need to get a message to them, I can throw a speaker on it, get it out there, and have it repeat that message to them until we get it to them. The spotlight, we can light up ways for search crews to go through the woods if we know an area that we need to get to. But the biggest thing on here is your thermal capabilities and the zoom capabilities. And let's see. I'm gonna throw in your private chat a link, and I'd like you to go in and see if you could show it to the audience, because I don't have any. I've got some. I just don't have them readily available of test videos of showing the zoom capabilities of this drone. Oh my goodness, it will blow your mind.
If you can send that to, it would probably be easier if you send that to me in the email. Can you do that, or does that take you off?
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and get that sent in here for you, because the zoom.
Okay. Now, I'm not trying to impugn the programming or him or any of the drone stuff. It's just that, sense-wise, it makes more sense to make sure your local and surrounding agencies with already existing, quote, mobile command units, things, have these things and the training to use them, as opposed to calling in some this is clearly going to get online or clearly be involved in it. Like, it makes more sense to make sure that you as voting citizens care that these things are available to those who are actual first responders and would be closest to any crime occurring in this area, as opposed to some volunteer group. And I get it, there are uses for real volunteer groups. Most of those don't come online. But anyway, yeah. So, I mean, I think groups like this are better suited, honestly, for true cold cases. Like, the cases Cam pointed out earlier, like 1980. And going up those. I think first responders are best suited for active and ongoing, and real search crews, real law enforcement, EMTs, firefighters, state, local, surrounding federal agencies, their big boy equipment, real search groups. No certified, just a wedge in and web sleuth group, blah, 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 McDonough tool bag it. That's just how I feel about it, says Kravitz. But, feelings and opinions are like assholes. I guess everybody's got one. And I can't say that there aren't times that people, like him or others, couldn't go in a natural disaster area, things that could help, or certain situations, or even go do work for families privately, individually, there's obviously need for things like that. You can't, as a family, if you want help further in this, they're obviously not going to be like, hey, dear fire department, I know y'all been done with this for a while, but could you come back at? So you're going to have to, so yeah, there's a sector for this type of thing, but I don't know that it's, um, correct when being done in conjunction with high profile cases and then getting online with toolback gnome and all that. You know, whatever. I don't even want to listen to any more of this, y'all. Somebody let me know what the fuck happened in November 20. Is there a fucking synopsis to this shit? I get. Can I get a quick version? Um, but yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm sure he would. And a book sales and shit. Help her on a tripod intake methods. Um, the thing is, like, I don't know. And I don't want to shit all over the phone. That's not my point. What I'm really about here is, like, dubious Dubé's a bastard over there pulling, like, the 15th fucking Columbus. Like, everybody already done it, dude. I mean, he'll get a little dirtier, though, and obviously he has more of an angry Napoleon about him. Cam just had the jerky junkie bender, and he'd do anything for $1. Right, Bender, even around like people's like, at least he was like, obvious better for those who wanted to see it. And then you have Don B, who's just a dirty asshole. And he just wants to be something. Like, motherfucker was always around for years trying to get attention and he was using his own game. I mean, I think his Bender's pretty clear too. But Dubious over is just a fucking bastard. Right? And I can tell you, well, I don't know if I can. And nobody said I can't. Because I don't know that anybody realized. It don't matter. Look, I'm just telling you from my perspective and my opinion and what I've seen, especially since 24. If I had my guesses, I would tell you that Ryan and crew, and I'm talking about early 24. Okay, I know y'all are going to put it to a certain date, but I'm talking about since early 24. Now, Ryan's always been around here, no matter what they told you when they built him out, put him out here. He's always been here, just like Deception was, just like fucking twat waffle over from McDonough and them again, pretending he wasn't whatever. When he come out and called me to, listen to his damn language first. Pieces he did when he came out was bored as fuck talking about something and pretending he didn't know anything about it, but clearly his language gave away that he did, and he was fully aware, just like Moselle was. Everybody's stupid around here. But anyway, it's like, I don't, Ryan's been around here, okay? Him and his damn wife. And his damn wife, and them coming from the psychic sector, too. Fuck around with that, share, and all sort of goddamn garbage, freons, propaganda, the hair's as big, and the aliens, places. Ryan will do anything for Blair, right? And so much got an angry little Napoleon Bender about him as opposed to some of the rest. His is anger based. Right? He gets real pissy. Remember that time he cut Sullivan County? I think it was Sullivan, right? Told him by God he did whatever he contacted a Navy SEAL friend or something, and blah blah blah, because they wouldn't let him film their actual search once they went out to whatever it was he's seen. And then they wouldn't let him put it on YouTube, and he got pissed. Felt like he got pissed and respected the local and other types who run towards things to help them and aren't on YouTube, enough to be like, that's fine, if you do live and all, I got the recording anyway, right? And you don't get what he fucking wants. He circumvents it. But he'll cuss law enforcement as quick as shit, too. Oh, so they won't let me hear the blah, blah, blah. Fuck them, I'll call my Navy buddy. Does anybody ever pay attention to his little fucking tantrums? They're worse than Don B's fucking. I just wanted somebody to congratulate me on X amount of subs. I thought that was good. I quit the fucking internet. I'm never talking about summer again. I mean, Ryan, they're just. He don't get his fucking way, by God. He's on it, and he don't give a fuck. Right? He sure will try to khaki coat you, though, into believing he's telling your story doing it, man. I'm just telling you, since early 24, Ryan in particular, and I can't really always just say Ryan because it's always the group, okay? Even though I say Ryan. The fucking group room, including Jenny, Adrian, Rest, blah blah, the rest pretending not to hear, everybody pretending they don't still work together and ain't blah blah blah, and including McDonough and Justin, I see you, whole nine, right? Same group as always. And that obviously applies around Ryan. I can tell you the dude and the crew here have absolutely fucked with, tampered, hindered, and fucked up shit. At least from my perspective. My opinion. And I know that they've damn sure, and I hold proof that they have fucked with us on these throughout that period and shit like that. And I think they're slick. And that will include, all the fuck shit that was going on in chats amongst in certain cycles, and Justin and Brooks and McDonough and Jensen or Jansen. Well, I don't know, him and Justin's mixed up all the time. You know, and, all these things. But, and then I just, you can't tell me they're not fucking up shit. And y'all ain't watching them like they're fucking doing the goddamn Lord's work and shit around here. And they're really on it. No, they're really on fucking it up and real people's worlds up and doing whatever it takes to get more and more and more for content and their goddamn baby submarines or pogo sticks or V-neck suits or bullshit or fucking dog shirts. I don't know. Silver play buttons, claim to fame documentaries, memes, crypto weird shit. Flowing back to the fuck if I know. They all got their own things. But, I just, I can tell you that whatever the fuck they're doing, it ain't help. It's the furthest thing fucking from. In my opinion, allegedly fair use entertainment. I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. I don't give a fuck. Right? So, um, I mean, you tell me how a douchebag that followed a fucking psychic's pin on a map based on things she thought would emotionally and psychologically fuck with me or my family, based on obits she became aware, etc., because I wouldn't come to fucking hell and answer all of her goddamn questions. She somehow had as a fucking psychic and wouldn't play with her like Fred and everybody else. It's like, fuck you, bitch. Liar. You know? Bitch, you is all shit. Shut up. Alright? I don't know, you're a goddamn psychic. You tell me right now I was promised by her in a group that I'd be hounded and hunted and propaganded until all hell froze over. And that's really been the case, but you tell me how that dipshit following Seraphina's pin that was added on as a form of torment fuckery of me because she was pissed. I am going to my family's cemetery and graves and coming up with some stupid jackass plan while orders in place, while working with our abuser, while it being a psychological emotional point, leading up to holidays, obviously painful for us, all these things, to get his last on one that was helpful in any way to something. And if he's willing to go that goddamn low on another individual in the world to harm and hurt them and their families with the loss of loved ones in order to gain from it financially and fame wise, then where are the fucking boundaries? And then recently to go to another family cemetery, unbeknownst to you all, to fuck with us some more. A dot added to a goddamn psychic's map that was meant to target me and my family. Not because she's psychic, but because she was aware of opens. By this group and McDonough shit, Justin shit, and boy, wasn't he the first one to use that. Yep, Justin did that. And, anyway, I just, added in, that's why, right? Yeah, has nothing to do with psychic, that has to do with torment fucking with individuals who won't do what you want them to fucking do, which is come to heal, or shut the fuck up, or to come give you more, or else. And bitch, I don't go for that, right? I ain't built like a. But I guess Seraphine thought it worked, and then Ryan thought it worked, and I guess it did, as long as he did basically the same types of abuse using sensitive shit. Pamphlet style, just like Monster the Dust Person, the deaths of loved ones, or anything sensitive, or anything like his kind uses. Any particular thing that they think can harm or hurt you. Always turn in, things you love about, care about, they use them as part of domestic violence. Now they fuck with you on certain scales emotionally and shit. This group's pretty good at modulation, psychological fuckery, right? And not caring who they harm intentionally, right? I'm still one day hoping I'll have lawyers as Seraphine in there. Ask, like, she thought some of my family's graves mattered after I get certain messages from her, and then I'm promised by a little group, and Michelle walks everywhere else online. They're going to continue to fuck with me and terrorize me and put out the worst goddamn propaganda on me if I don't X, Y, Z and go to Seraphina right then. It's like that same shit with, Petey and all them, and Squall and all that shit, putting out that crap in my son Cam, and all them did, and fucking tweak your fucking Tate and everybody else in the bullshit, man. And it's like, if you don't expose and go to Benny and Tiffany right now and tell them everything Squall's making your son look like. Same caliber of shit. You know? So, and one day, like that lawyer was asking, how in the hell is this that you suddenly added a pin, man? Looks like intentionally and not by psychic. After you're pissed off this woman, and then how did you, Ryan fucking Dubé, then go follow this pin, make a poem, while in contact with this woman's abuser, while orders were in place, and then get yourself a golden goddamn ticket to 125? Hell, maybe they can line up abuser whore bag, whole family over there abused us all for 30 years. Ryan, Seraphine, and everybody else that played in that shit fucking wreck. And have them all explain it in court and civil. You know? Lawsuit terms and shit like that. Maybe. Or the following or attempted following of us on how we were going to travel in and out of town that year at the same time by people who were not supposed to be doing that, clearly. It's weird, huh? Just let them all get away with anything, though, until you're in a body bag. Sort of wipe your ass with papers at certain moments. And they wonder why. I don't know, it's like whatever. Anyway, but yeah. After one day. No, though. It looks like that was not to help Summer. And it looks like it was to help Ryan and Surfing and his group and Propaganda and Monster and everybody else. Because, you know, he profited too off of that, right? He was paid, as you can clear, for access to people paid him. But only if he shit on XYZ first. Seems to be a whole lot of C&D's team too. You know, that's the key to getting into the C&D realm. You have to come, it's like, y'all ever have a feeling like I'm a whole ass initiation, right? Me or my family, you get what I'm saying? Like either by Monster, Ryan, or Candace and Tom, or the team. Like, you ever feel like that? I feel like that. You know? So, wonderful. But yeah, it almost be summer.
Abilities are crucial and looking for missing people as well. So what you've got on your screen right now, while I get that sent to you, that is a Matrice 200, and that's what we use to fly with our near infrared and to be able to locate clandestine graves that we talked about earlier.
That is awesome. That's the real deal right there. That's I was trying to zoom in a little bit and just let everybody see. That is that's a heavy duty drone, man. It looks like it has shocks on it. Yeah, that's awesome.
Let's see.
I'll pull up the batteries real quick and just show what it takes to power one of these.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the part that, you know, when we pull this up, this is what we're talking.
You know where Brad had all the drones too, Benny's had them, Dolly's had everybody needed. I just can't with all the drones are gonna creator. And the amount of creators who got them, and then I'll just went making music videos and weird shit with them. I don't know.
Out as far as, you know, this stuff costs money. It really does. You've got 4 batteries there that power the Matrice 200, and those are known as TB55 batteries.
It's like I remember when Dolly got his mobile command unit. Swore you could wear it, but it kept having flat tires. All this other fuck shit supposedly happening. Storms were raging too much. And it's weird the full circle of things. Y'all remember the only police you're really actually seeing him It was when he came back here to camp in the parking lot of the courthouse for Ballsville stuff that he. Don't even get me started there. And his fuck shit there with PJ, but. But yeah, that dude don't take that motherfucker nowhere no more anyway. He much prefers rental Lambos and shit, you know. Having his mobile command unit.
Wow.
That will get you 2 flights on the Matrice. And those batteries cost $500 a piece.
Wow. And how long is the flight time?
So you're going to get, depending on what kind of payload that you're carrying, you're going to get a different flight time.
Okay.
But, usually you're going to get anywhere between 25 and 30 minutes, something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're powering lots of gear on that thing and flying it. And, I mean, that's actually pretty good. And so, and
Kim really was and is a dumb motherfucker, isn't he? Even this guy'd stop and basically, man, I just told you that. Do the breakdown. If you're carrying extras, of course, I did. Somehow, some way, the world might, yes, came an alien, jeez.
dude, that's impressive. I'm at a loss for words when you just talk about it and show those things, because that really is, like, that's the real deal. Yeah, people are talking right here. I want to see if I can pull it. You should do.
Yeah, see if you can pull up the Gmail, or see if you can pull it up in your email. And
yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so what we're going to show next, I'll go ahead and explain it a little bit. Along with the thermal capabilities on the Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced, you have zoom capabilities. So let's say you are out and it's the middle of the day and you're searching for someone and you think you may see something, but it's far off in the distance. You can use the Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced Zoom to get close up on this subject without ever moving your drone closer to them. It is, it's fantastic. And so if you want to go ahead and show that, we'll.
Yeah, I've got it right. I got an echo going. Sorry, guys. Okay, here it is.
Imagine a world, if you will, in which devices exist, electronic ones, to where there are zoom capabilities, magnification. It exists on phones, but nothing. Oh, yeah, I'd be weirded out if drones didn't have that capability. Sorry, how long have National Geographic and the Discovery Channel been using drones and zooming in, or wildlife photography? Long before 21. Zoom capability. It's almost as if. And it's almost as if programming for drones, way back even in the war, like literally 2002, people started being amazed at the capabilities of federal drones, which obviously that software is now outdated. So you could imagine how amazing it is now. But even then, it was capable of just, So it's like, yeah, we watched them zoom in on all kinds of things. Yeah, that tech's been around with programming for drones for a while. Phones, household cameras, I don't know. Regular camera, I don't know. Some people really essentially on on-camera photography equipment for the most part for fucking eons. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that on a drone doll. Or the programming for one.
Wow, dude. So that goes up to 32.
Oh yeah, 32x zoom.
That is amazing. Wow. This keeps going. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, guys, this is game changing stuff right here. I appreciate Chris again. Thank you for coming on here, man. This is what people need to see.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, I know Natasha just linked it in the chat.
We need to see this in all of our local police departments, fire departments, emergency services, search crews. That's what we need to see. How do we make that happen? That way it feels like it's going to be freed up for higher activities and whatever else. And like I said, this is known to be like, fuck this guy. I'm just saying, considering titles of certain things, sorry. Just dubious over there. That motherfucker's just on the last. He's not. It's fucking sad and terrible. Terribly obvious. I just don't like him. I have a reason not to. But also, I just. He's a piece of shit. And, what he's doing is terrible and bad and evil with this group, just like it always is. It just changes from one Christopher goddamn Columbus face to another. Right? That's all it does. And then rinse, repeat. And same shit sold out. There is nothing that OBS has done that has not been done 14 times before. Every single fucking time. And then he's combining all the propaganda. I don't understand. Like, I get it. People are just now coming in or wearing whatever. And you go back to the origin of that son bitch. He saw the last lie. He's selling you horseshit. Now we've reached the Jesus version. You know, it's ridiculous. I'm sick of it. He's clearly got motives, and they're self. Yeah, I just can't, man. You know? And only terrible people do what he's done to try to get wherever the fuck he's trying to go. You know? So, fuck him, the team, everybody else, around all the shit. I have a right to feel that way. And to speak on it, but it goes back to, hey, jackass. Not new news. Everybody done it before you. Now you might get up to new shenanigans in between. You might acquire all the things. You might get a mobile command. You might get a dog. You might get some search certifications. You might be the all-in-one package by the time you're fucking done calling the public, doing whatever the fuck it is there. Okay? And honing your videography and cinematography skills and your, whatever. Throughout your propaganda. We get it, buddy. But this is fucking ridiculous. And they're always fucking around. And like, and always have been, really. But just face out here now for the last couple years. And still, I mean, I think for those who can identify certain characters and folks, that dude tastes so much like weak ass khaki bullshit car salesman that most can't get down with it, and most can feel and see his ego and his little feel. Just he honestly does make most who can feel and see certain things like him just cringe and turn away. He's not really as good as he thinks, and most do actually see him for what he is, which is a little goddamn weasel in khakis, and that he's a desperate, angry little tyrant man who knows no bounds. He'd love to think he's fucking genius. Forget this. He's about like the rest of us. We all are. Those who pay attention are aware of his resume building, him building his own bullshit machines to push out crap that seems real so he can follow behind those with the real name. And yeah, I think we all get it who know dubious over there. I think some of us are awful fucking sick of seeing it. And yeah, he'll get up to new shenanigans, new whatever, da 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 da. You know, just probably to prove half of us all wrong, but yeah, whatever. And then he'll sit people like, see, those look juicy, or no, he still pays shit. You know, he'll get access to something else in some way. He'll go search this. He'll go carry a stick, a bottle of water. The dog will go out somewhere. He'll get a local to do whatever. Like, nobody really gives a damn, dude. You know, that too has been done. It's going to continue being done. That dude's going to insert for this group and with him as hard and as intense as it takes for him to make it. And for this place to continue to make it. And to do the shit that's being done and has been being done. And that do have absolute proof that Ryan and quite a few others are like, they're different cycles, different regimes, they're all working together, right? But they're different ones as they all work together in a unit that at different times they take control or lead in certain things, right? And I can tell you that some of the worst things have happened as Ryan's the face of certain things. The new cleansed Columbus that isn't jacked up high, or a straight asshole weird purry guy like Don B and shit who Seraphine and Norm McDonough could really make work for him. And eventually it landed on, well, Ryan's the best face they're gonna get for him. But the thing is, it's just, you know how far he's went. And I mean it like some of us hold. And we keep holding, though we don't necessarily want to, and we would like to, and are fairly close to putting out at least portions of what Ryan and his crew have fucked with, how they fucked with it, how responsible they are for some of what you've all seen, but a whole lot of what you've not behind the scenes, who all they're using locally, and how, and the methods in which a whole bunch of dope motherfuckers and team motherfuckers and other sons of bitches are playing in it, who could be hiding the worst things imaginable, including or surrounding how our wives summer vanished. And, who gives a fuck, right? Well, some of us do. And it's why we keep holding. And we're given no guidebooks, but we try tremendously not to say or give certain things. It's like, man, I'd love to tell y'all things every day, even, yeah, just so that it breaks down this group. But problem is, things contain both things, right? obviously they're fucking around and shit. So if you say one thing about it, it could harm something else, and sometimes all you really have to go by is your own common sense or this or whatever, and then you have to weigh and judge things too, and wait certain things out as well, to be sure you're not airing something they actually want out, or that they've set in your path or set up, or that is something they've narrated and brought in to play out in our open world here that is nothing but false and fake, right? And that way they can start a new narrative, targeting cycle. It's kind of, you know what I mean? Because some locals are playing that dirty, and others around here locally, to where they're sort of being set in front of people and saying certain things intentionally to where it might do certain things, you know what I mean? And you have to be very cautious of that. But when you have proof that too is being done, and by this group, and how dangerous it is, and that does include Ryan, a few of the locals have been here since Boswell Ford, am I right? And others throughout the years, and it's gotten worse through Ryan, and behind the scenes, and which other creators are heavily working with him to do that, there's a couple like few around here locally. So they're, yeah. Problem is, a lot of these YouTubers think they've got certain locals by the balls, blackmailed or whatever this there, but the thing is, you got a bunch of weak-kneed motherfuckers too that, they instantly, man, like they run out. I'm so sorry for what the fuck, and I didn't mean to whatever, and blah 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 blah. Please don't be mad. Oh my god, And they cover up every goddamn thing they've been doing with, for, around, and at request of these YouTubers to everyone else, and playing it for shit. And say certain YouTubers like Ryan and others, Six and a few others, have far overestimated themselves, and a whole bunch of YouTubers who are playing in Shadowlands they never should have inserted in, don't understand, and never will. So there's all of that combined. And then also a bunch of overconfident YouTubers on, how well they're gonna cow or piss off whatever, locals, and think they're in control. They're not in the least bit in control of anything. Or other locals who are absolutely fucking with the YouTubers in reverse, while the YouTubers think they're fucking with him. It's full on shenanigans in Shadowland. Hey, but Kravitz warned you, right? I did. Anyway, carrying on. I believe Kravitz warned you about fucking Fred, too. But that's cool. I don't know, man. It's almost like anyway, you might want to fill me in the last 15, 20 minutes, whatever this shit show was. I'm back like almost 5 years ago, because for real.
Yeah. Let me see if it'll let me comment.
Now, when didn't he say the links were down here for? Why is that link no longer in blue? What happened to the intake message and Facebook pages for FTD? Am I tripping here? Links to first deploy UAS response team are as. I always just did love Cam's spelling ability when left alone. This motherfucker capitalized and spelled, instead of saying are as follows, he puts are as followed. Oh dear. Don't get me started. It must be the universe. FALLOWED. Boys fill this fellow. Alright. Yeah.
I don't think it'll let me comment in the chat from here. I can give my email out to everyone so you have it.
So I guess those intake portals and Facebook it no longer exist for FTD. I don't know. Or Cam didn't tag it right or something back then. I don't
Need it.
Yeah, go ahead and tell them, and Natasha can grab it, or I can right here.
Yeah, so what she just posted is a link to my Facebook group. I have started a little group.
And that was just before or after he yeeted Aussie off. Aussie that was also the butt air controller Benny and the Jets at one point and all that. So many damn weird Australians are in Reindeer. I know that the one or two New Zealanders or Aussie things in my inbox bitching because Cam wouldn't listen to them. They say, I don't know. Strange shit, huh? God, I swear that was an Emma and a Dana team. Carrying on.
Facebook to for everyone to kind of keep track of what I'm doing and to keep track of the progress. And I can tell you the progress has been significant. It's went very quickly. We have went from just me trying to start this nonprofit organization to a board of directors, and a fantastic board of directors at that. And they all have the best interest of missing people in their. They all have their best interest at hand.
That's right.
And we've grown.
What did you just say?
We have been able to. And I can tell you the progress has been significant. It's went very quickly. We have went from just me trying to start this nonprofit organization to a board of directors, and a fantastic board of directors at that. And they all have the best interest of missing people in their. They all have their best interest at hand.
That's right.
And we've grown. We
At heart, you mean? Not at hand. That's weird wording. Anyway, how do you skip having all the equipment you need or trying to be the first to actually put and going straight to a board of directors first? if you're big enough and already intaken enough to have a board of directors, should you not already have the equipment and need it in order to do those things? But okay, whatever. I don't know. Everybody can do whatever they want. And whatever out of order chaos they want. Man, it's just like whatever. I just know that most companies and things, non-profit or not, generally they build upward, and then eventually they get big enough to be traded. I mean, if they're public companies, and then once that happens and certain things are done, then they get, boards of directors or this and once I figure out something's working and who pays all the board of directors? Are they all volunteers? I mean, because seriously, you could not have them and all the money. If you're paying the board of directors, all that money could be going to acquire a mobile command unit, could it not? First, and then seeing how everything starts to work, and then being able to pay those board of directors, unless of course they're volunteers. I mean, and not paid. It depends, I guess.
Able to add numerous drones to our fleet since we started, and we're in talks to add even more stuff. But it's just going to continue to grow, and so we've came a long ways. But if you want to go and add, if you want to go onto that group, you can.
In talks to add more stuff. You mean with instead of using money on something, asking services to donate an ambulance. Not pay for it, but you need donations to pay for it. And you're talking who to get more drones. What talking needs to be done beyond, okay, this amount of incoming, whatever, and this product costs this, and we would like to acquire it for the fleet? I mean, that talks with whom?
Group, it's you don't have to request anything.
I have it actually. I have it linked. Everybody at the top. I have the message pinned for his Facebook group. I have his website, and if you'll give me, let me see, what's your email right here, and I'll put it in the chat for people to get it. It's first. I had it over on my Gmail. I can pull it up.
So I just put it in the private chat. It's ftdsearch@gmail.com. Again, that is ftdsearch@gmail.com.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
There you go, guys. It's there.
On the bottom, it's not lit up in blue, but it says .org. And then, of course, there's a Cash App one that's not lit up in blue, nor is the Facebook group either. I don't know. That's Cam, though. Any given day with that alley. Anyway, carrying on.
I linked it. I think Natasha did too. She put a 2 by accident, but yeah, that's right there. I've got it in there. Guys, reach out, be a part of his group. He invited us to it. I went over there today and checked it out. I think you guys will be very impressed with what he's going to be doing coming up. We've discussed it a little bit. I'm really happy with dude, this technology. I really think with the leaves falling could be game changing right now for Summer's case. I mean,
I'm sorry to interrupt. We've got someone says that the link in the pinned comments is not working. Let's see.
Which one is it? Which one is not working? Music City Mom. And I'll go fix it. I put it in there just like, okay. Here's the links for, okay, it's facebook.com/groups /first to deploy. That you have to, and then, let's see here. That should be correct. That's exactly how if you click on it, like on your text or anything, it will go, it will auto correct it. We had that problem earlier. Make sure if you type it in that you.
But then our mother's no ant. But anyway, sometimes you get pebbles and shit do it to make everybody rush over to see if that's actually the case, which brings more traffic to those sites, which brings them up in the algorithm. And it's a known thing to oopsie links in there as well. Mm-hmm.
That you put first to deploy all at one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not saying that's the thing in this case here in particular. I'm just saying it happens. It's a known thing. And I also would like to point out that we're apparently in another yep cycle. By the way, speaking of horse shit, we're in this group pretending they don't fucking know. And then every now and then somebody catches on to one of their fellow helpful scammer watchers under 400 names, helps fuck you all as the public sideways, and chats and figure and do all the shit, play the fake fucking voices, the friends of the this, that, and then the whole group lights up and goes, "Oh my god, it's them again!" And then they bring them out and they kick them around like a fucking dog, and they pretend, "Oh my god!" And everybody forget it. Reaper is one of those too. A few other. Oh my god, don't get me started. There's an endless list of those sons of bitches. You know? But yeah, apparently we're in another Yelp cycle with the group pretending they don't know, don't use them, the public forgets, and it's outed again, and they do kick the can and its content, and they all pretend, "Oh my god, they had us all fooled, shame on them again." And yeah, rinse, repeat, new name, same person. Did anybody ever listen to Salty Pancakes way back in the day, or many others like them? And how they do that and are paid for that. And they get percentages of shit they help police scam up on the shit and the jobs they do and his fake call-ins, fake panelists, different names, different accents. Nobody. And the tale is like, I swear to God, I've seen one creator or the other. Like, well, I don't feel comfortable leaving their face up in this to their fact with it. It just seems wrong. But then they will target the shit out of all kinds of people around all these cases and leave their faces and shit and propaganda up about that. Like, it's mind blowing. That's how you know you're being taken for a ride by fucking tragedy pimps. Pretending they're not. It's fucking great. Carrying on.
That should.
Let's see. Let's go ahead and go. I'm going to go back to the groups right now. I'm going to make
Okay,
sure
yeah,
everything's right.
Natasha just told me all the links work. She checked them.
Okay, so she checked everything and it works.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Yeah, I knew I put them in there right. I'm not all. You caught me on a. Sometimes I'll misspell something typing fast, but I'll usually catch it somewhere down the road. But guys, yeah, let's. I was going to cover a few more things before we close this. We're only at 54 minutes, so we did good timing on this one. Got a lot of information out, but we will go. We had a little bit more we were going to talk about.
What was all the information they just got out in a amount of time? I heard no information other than non-profit. Oh, amazing prevention, but also wait after the fact. I didn't really hear any information or new information. You got an overview of how drones work and basic programming, things like that. Okay. And he needs somebody to donate an ambulance with screens, and I guess somehow to be involved to the level where he is a dispatcher and gets the 911 calls. I don't know. Otherwise, and then, making you don't think all the babies are disappearing. 400 on the list in Virginia, spanning over 4 decades, which is about the equivalent of 10 years left of, whatever, and then 100 some Tennessee, and then that math didn't match, so I don't know, man. I don't know what, and then milk carton stuff that's terribly wrong, and there's proof and data on. A 3 hour time frame that people could not possibly be the first to, and I didn't really hear any information. I heard a whole bunch of I did stuff for summer, and so did you, and everybody, congrats. Congrats, Princess. A whole bunch of thank yous, and board of directors, nonprofit. Equisearch has a nonprofit. I have a nonprofit. Oprah has a nonprofit. Nonprofit. Board of directors. I don't know, that's what I learned. We did learn about the pink ball in the trunk, and that Twyla that is literally as can. But we really need to know that. She's like the lean on me of Equisearch. Yeah, 32. Pink flowers, Judge Wapner. Love it. But anyway, I mean, seriously. I don't know. I ain't touched the buttons of dubious. But just seeing the title and other things, it was like, shit, I guess we're supposed to go this week. I don't. So many days like this over all the years, right? But young think as you will, propaganda's made you think whatever it is, just horse shit. But I would love all of these valleys and hollows and tops of the mountain ranges filled with legitimate searchers and real people, real law enforcement, feds, every day, all day. I have a problem with anything tragedy pinup or affiliated with. I have reasons for that, obviously, and I think anybody who's watched what they have done and do in every case with shit like this, from Petito moments to others, and if you're one of us who received messages very early on after people like Tweaker Tate and others and all these ass brigades, had been allowed access to 110 otherwise, and then, things being moved off away from property, and then you get messages, and I'm not saying somebody seen Candace or seen this one out there dropping summers, this, there, off behind, blah, blah. Oddly enough, the Greenbelt, as I recall, in a creek that, knowing that they could be taking off with shit and stuff and doing things like that. And then somebody to call it, what I mean? And to make it look ways it wasn't. Yeah, but thank God a few of us actually had eyes and ears on certain things and knew that not to be true, not actually taking place at the time. But they did that wanting some of us to, that shit gets dangerous, man. and a little nefarious, which is why I highly suggest that anyone around any active ongoing investigation where tragedy pimps end up inserting, not let them onto your shit. Especially families of, do not allow them on the property. There's just no way in hell. You know, and their bullshit and potatoes and other places and the crap they pull. And that I've seen done here in summers or attempted to be done, and happened to be one of the ones they sent messages and pictures to us, or being like, oh, Candace just did XYZ, blah, 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 places. And wildly enough, doesn't half of that shit coincide with Seraphina Dots and shit, and where Ryan and all them were doing things, and Don B is doing things, and Cam, and everybody else visit. That's weird, isn't it? Don't you think? From the very beginning? The way in which this place and these people can manipulate, set up, fuck with, and destroy cases, people, lives, create content, I mean, like, it is just evil, mind blowing, and I really, most days, it's so many damn bad things. It's indescribable unless you want to read off the whole damn dictionary. Um, like, and there's also just no good way to damn convey what it is and what they do. And unless you speak for hours every time you speak, um, on any of it, I mean, like, it's just, it gets to a point of overwhelming. What the fuck, you know? But there's just no damn good way to describe what the hell these people are and what they do and what they're capable of doing in and around cases, and why you should never allow them in or around you, your properties. I mean, these are the last son of bitches. You know, that I, y'all can say and believe it or be like, but I gotta tell you, I wouldn't let any of these motherfuckers touch one single pinky toe on anything, even if it were just like my cat missing. You feel me? Absolutely. But that's just, and I think you all know as well as I do that if any of these jackasses on YouTube ever come across Summer, they will do exactly what Ziggy did. Though Ziggy knew exactly what she was doing, those weren't whatever, but just. And like these same exact YouTubers, especially those in and around Sebastian's, a whole lot more than Summers per se, but got their claim to fame off of a person and who, yeah, I'm sure y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Um, uh, yeah, ran from certain things, killed themselves, all this, and they're right off of an overpass thing, but they were found, and then those people got claimed to fame to that shit. They aired everything, which, you know, and then they went headlong into Sebastian. You know, it's like, What the fuck? Hell, their channel wasn't even about tree riding. What the fuck? But then that's what happened. And I know that I personally do not want to see that. And you know that if one of these assholes finds her in any state of being, that it will be the ultimate act of just indignity and degradation for their profit. I mean, it's just like, yeah, them selling off nude autopsy photos on Patreons and shit of other children in other cases. Just like Justin and Olive Marin and their volunteer groups, right? All the fancy shit. I swore they'd never do any such thing. It wasn't that Adventures with Pedophiles or whatever anyway. Was they all vultured and watched Kylie B pulled out of the water. I just, no, man. And I think they even put that up as content in members only areas at first, till it was just safe, and then they stopped. It's too late by then, wasn't it? And they'd already been pre-asked not to do that. And then you see them in Guthrie's and shit like that in other cases. They're now being blocked by law enforcement and things with, certain stuff up that is actually elongating how long it takes police to search vehicles, things like that for certain things. I think it was Guthrie's, wasn't about the time Enton Oopsies and entered the scene, all that shit, and then whatever, they're blocking certain vehicles. But that Guthrie's, or am I wrong, man? And then they all got pissed off because they couldn't see us. It's like, man, you don't need to. Like, they're just, you can't tell me that's the public needs to know shit. It's just the public is curious and often wants, without concern or care for the nuanced things or how that could harm things. And they think these tragedy maps, oh well, we get to see it, they're on scene right now. But should the world, should a perpetrator or perpetrators, should you be actually impeding searches, or like JLR and Sebastian's on, essentially rendering it to where real search crews and real dogs can't be there because they keep following them and jumping out on. Toaster, I believe, did that. Wasn't it in Holland's or Layla's? They had Toaster following around those crews downtown in Kingsport, skulking around them, filming and posting online. It was a very low watch piece, but it was there. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was Layla Holland's one that she was skulking around watching from the parking lot and this there and shit. But essentially what it does is stops real searches, and they know people watching, so then they have to be sneakier about it, takes longer to get things done, and You know, I mean, like, damn, you know. Just, I don't know, man. I would just hate for anyone inside of this true crime community to be the ones to find in any state. Can't imagine. But I know what they do. And I don't want Summer to suffer that indignity on top of all the rest. I don't want anyone who knows her to have to see anything like that. I'm not gonna tell you just the thought of that makes. And it's something I've been, like, for years, like, Jesus Christ, please do not let one of these assholes. The only ones that are gonna keep Summer safe from that are law enforcement, real searchers, real locals, anyone else real too, or human with a damn human heart. But I think it would just absolutely kill and rip the souls from those who really know Summer to see her being exploited or that last indignity shit by these motherfuckers online like that. So, was it Layla died? That's, I know it was Layla Holland. And that would be the same toaster, by the way, that went and visited, Hunter around the time of his changed story. Him and Nina. And Toaster was helped with her non-profity purple tent raising. She needed an RV to travel to do all the good work for Jesus, and then needed off as a scammer for times two because she already been outed once. But then they hit it because they needed her on the ground, but then everybody still worked. And that woman surely did have a problem with fire, didn't she? You remember her creep factor on the alley? Like, she was like, I don't give a fuck what the family wants. Allie needs to be cremated. Like, I don't know what that woman's fucking bender was, bro. Which is really weird if you think about what Toaster's backstory was. Real strange, that character. And though they've put out bullshit for years on everybody else, I gotta tell you, it's real strange. That's when what seems like possible firebug shit's been happening. They pissed off the wrong Toaster. I don't know, from the group that used her. But it depends on if she's still running one names hidden on hell if I know. But she's just another, what, Elaine? And then her acquaintance, how you see me use her acquaintance. And then she was in, which other case was it they set her on the ground and she got arrested at? Eileen. I don't remember. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, that happened. They just ship all them weirdos around. Some of them will travel, get up shit. I mean, have we seen it do that? Hell, Piper's even technically transient on a mission. It's, whoa. And God don't trust a 55, 60 fucking Feltomex con Florida. That thing's transient as shit. Looney Tunes, too. They should all get around to weird shit. Or I need a dollar types, man. They just fucking do wild shit. Anyway. They always gotta bring them fake motherfuckers in to pretend to be real neighbors. Well, they try to drown out the real neighbors, going, fuck you, go home. Get out of our fucking neighborhood, you bastards. Quit parking there, motherfuckers. You know? Quit terrorizing our neighbors with cancer, dementia, special needs. Stop that, you bastards. You know? They always make them look bad. What? Which case was it there on it? Was it Harrow's? I think it was Harrow's. That Dolly and that fuckface that made his name by shoving pizzas out and doing that whole Good Samaritan vibe like Mr. Beast, you know, like whatever type of thing, content. And then he was being weird, but anyway, they had the fake neighbors sit out in lawn chairs, leaving the real me. He was like, oh, the neighbors. Meanwhile, the real neighbor was enraged and pissed about like those, and was it Cash's a classic sincere? I don't know, everybody's pissed. Quentin Simon's neighbors were pissed. The real neighbors are always pissed, for the most part. They don't want y'all to see or hear nothing about that, though. But you remember what they said about that dude that was thoroughly pissed in the one most recent that everybody's seen it was Peace for it, you know. They said they were just bad about like they denied it. It was like, no, liar, the rest of the neighborhood looked through like, hey, and look at the real neighbors sitting in a lawn chair with dolly gear on. They're totally in but they weren't real neighbors, motherfucker. You know? That's what they always did. Anybody speaking out or telling the public this and what Dolly do to that lady? He was like, bitch, you're blocking the shit. You know? Bitch, blah, blah, I gotta walk right back. I ain't bothering nobody at all. Dolly spurring the beat. I just can't with these people, man. Cheers this. But anyway, I think I'm just gonna eat this the rest of like 5 minutes because I don't wanna. No, I have to. Now like something fucking important, man. I don't know what that could be. Do I care to waste it? Yeah. Like most things, I have this one downloaded from way back somewhere in the things, but a lot of things I just never get to. I know that, and I believe that at least one of the pieces where FTD was featured, I did touch on once, twice, etc. Or maybe it was actually the diver ones he was talking about. You know, but nothing more than cursory shit over the years, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Holy cow, it's really something in the morning. Alright, give me just a minute, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. Took me a second or two longer than I thought. There's like a full-on Hannibal situation out there. Like, Clarice. Shit. Like I said, animals are being blue tonight. So anyway, also another reason, last thing you should ever want is any of these creators or on the ground motherfuckers to ever touch anything. Or to be the ones to come across or quote find anything is because, well, I think if you're anybody who really cares about justice or any of these victims, survivors, fighters, etc., you want to make sure that evidence, anything like that, is collected perfectly, and no doubts, not contaminated, you know, and considering I watch a bunch of these motherfuckers here poke shit with sticks or do weird shit or whatever. Anyway, but you ever pick up shit with bare hands and it'll go, I mean, you even seen that as they think they found stuff and stuff. I think anybody who wants the best for Summer and her case and justice for her would want any evidence collected in a professional manner by professionals who know what the hell they were doing. And those who then wouldn't use it around the creators where it's known all shit and made content and because I gotta tell you, if I was sitting on a jury and I knew that somebody like MGL or Bullhorn or one of these bastards here been the one to find or come across any type of sin or anything else, I'd be like, no, I'm good. I would not count it in. And if I think if anything is, whatever by tragedy pimps, I think even the worst fucking court-appointed attorney could argue in a way that would make sure things were rendered inadmissible. I mean, like they'd be fucked to be able to use them, and that could mean the difference between justice and no justice for Summer, or her being found, or the conviction of perpetrators, and I don't know about you, but not this group's all for that because it'll make it more and yada yada, and I'm sure even after arrests and things have been made and Summer's been brought home, I'm sure this group will do its dead level best with all the propaganda it's put out to do something it's done in their high profile cases and try to overturn or fuck with or do to keep the content rolling. But I think the last thing you should want, if you really care about Summer, a real case about real law enforcement being worked by law enforcement and justice and all these things, is the last thing you should want is when it's tragedy pimps to come across anything or to find, quote, anything. No, it's just honestly, if you've been around long enough, I think most would understand exactly why. Yeah, that is. Hold on. Also, I gotta show you this neat thing. No, actually, a couple things. So, mm, the small people and I were at, right? And, I had this idea. I'm just, and I'm not like, hey, look what we did, but it's something that hit me the other day. Probably hit many of you all before. Probably the last to think of this stupid shit, but it's not so stupid. It just in a second, I was like, oh, holy, wait a minute. Oh my gosh, right? And it's like, man, I could tell other people about this little thing. And then they can all just do all the little things everywhere. And so that's why I'm showing you this. Okay. So while in certain hardware and home stores, okay, uh, certain youngins and I were checking out all the tech, the techie appliances and things. And playing in a dream building that playing, right? It's also a favorite of, like, I'm just saying, some people's love for the home store is amazing. About can't pull them out of those places with a team of wild horses. Anyway, so they're tormenting me with panel fridges. But there was this new one, and you tap it like one of those influencer ding dongs, and you can then like it becomes clear and you can see into the damn fridge. I was like, well, I understand the point is to keep everything in the fridge cold, okay, not to lower the temperature, and to be able to look at it. Because apparently, we all know, we all have this urge to pull open the fridge door for 10 seconds to look, see what's in it, apparently. So, but I don't be tapping my damn fridge like a fucking influencer every 4 seconds. It's just dumb. Alright, spare me. So there's all that, right? We're just checking out the new features, all that shit. Um, there's one, have you seen it? The damn fridge door. It's like the stupid fucking trunks and shit where you wave your foot under the damn thing and then it takes 45 minutes to raise up. It takes it about the same amount of time to open the damn fridge door. Ain't nobody got time for that, bitch. Give me a handle. The hell is that shit? In case you've not checked it out, you should check it out. It's the slowest fucking shit I've ever seen. Wait till it breaks on you. It only costs 3 times what the damn fridge does to fix. Anyway, but yeah, it's the slowest fucking thing. It'll be like 10 minutes for a damn fridge door to open. You do the wavy thing under it, which, by the way, takes more energy and effort than just opening the fucking door. But you wave under it, the sensor, and then it slowly creaks open like Dracula's fucking coffin lid. I'm like, the fuck? Bitch, give me a handle. Anyway, so we're checking out all the things, doing the things, comparing, just doing what somewhere we love best. And so I had this moment. Anyway, and I was like, wait a minute. I can touch the buttons on the screens. And I can go to Google or anywhere else and leave up the real news pieces leading people to real journalists in Summer's image. Right? So even if you don't have flyers on hand, in places with left flyers, there are ways. There are ways, my people. And this is one of them. I don't know about y'all, but we spent our day in several places and changed all of the appliances over to Summer's face. And pieces linking to real, like WCYB and WJHL. And then, here's the kicker, right? The thing about it is a certain season of the year. So you're going to have, like most of the year, it's mostly male-oriented traffic, I'd say, for jobs, job sites, this, the other, right? Construction, etc., right? Which is good. Because obviously right here, I mean, you never know the connections through Dawn Tucker, who could have seen Summer. Half the weird motherfuckers, realtors, and strange shit that's went on in and around Summer stuff. But also, just, and don't get me started on the links back to a bunch of these folks and around Squall and others that are like certain ones. But the thing is, like, Scott. I remember Scott's from there, and certain ones in other discords with chicken on to other things. It's like, But either way, obviously you have an abundance of people, construction, males, etc. It could be tied in around, had eyes on Summer. Might have met her through Dawn, didn't do anything, but something might hit them, or they didn't. I don't know how you would, or not realize Summer's missing, but maybe they don't, and then maybe they know something, or the wives go, wait a minute, wasn't that little girl we seen at that job site one time? And they go, oh yeah, and then they think of something or somebody's fun. I don't know, anything's possible. But on top of that, that is a lot of traffic, foot traffic, seeing her face and touching those buttons, right? And becoming aware of who Summer is and going to real journalism, TVIPs, all these things for Summer and becoming aware in the appliance section. I mean, you'll have contractors and stuff too, realtor, home builders, whatever, but you're going to have lots of women who will retain her image better because, I don't know, it's just a thing. But, it just, a local coming through in and out for their own home repairs, projects, whatever it is, seeing her again, even after years if they've not been following closely, and they go, wait a minute. And they see new news pieces or whatever on there, and like, oh, we didn't know that, and then something drops. So, you tell me it ain't a good idea. So I'm just maybe encouraging all of you. Next time you go into local places where the high-tech fridges and devices with all the screen capabilities are, change them all to summer and to real places like WJHL or, the Q&As when are from the feds and otherwise, do that. Does Walmart still have it where you can actually mess around with the computers and the phones there? They all locked. On screen are not signed in. Half of them are not signed in. So you can't even do shit with them. But, I'm just saying, if you don't have fire on it, and these are really good places to actually have her face and information up, especially locally with how many tie into that particular stuff around the construction sites might have seen or known some are come into contact with her prior to her disappearance. Them, their wives, their own children, years later, being like, oh, wait a minute, and here's this new info or this new thing, or, oh, we didn't think of that before. Though, this is really, like, a good idea, I think. So I'm just maybe slightly encouraging you all to touch the screen on all the things, change them right on over to summer in an actual news piece. Or the Q&A. I'm just saying. Or the TBI releases, and stuff. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, I know, it took me years to figure that out. And probably others have before. Most certainly, I'm sure. But, seems like a good idea, especially in sort of home repair or places that say, yeah, I just feel like it is. And then obviously you got locals and everything coming in and out to do their own home repairs, family members, people, cause that's a lot of footer. And during these months, especially when everybody wants to do all the garden projects, this project, and home repairs and renovations and all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I encourage this a lot. Or, do it for Layla or Halloween or Sebastian even. Or any of the other mystic around here. But, obviously summer. So. Or, heck, do one for each missing that you couldn't think of the names of us around your park. Honestly, do it countrywide for any of the children in your own communities and things that are missing. This is a good idea. This is like full-on free blip and billboard. No 501(c) fundraiser tragedy payments needed, y'all. It's like our little blippy billboards in high traffic areas. This is a good idea. So. And honestly, maybe it actually will be preventative. Some kind of, you always get those weird old fucking monsters that want to go in and buy like rope and chain or chainsaws or claw hammers or totes or bleach or something else before you commit a crime. Alright? Like fucking idiots and monsters, whatever. Perpetrators do. Happens. We've seen it. Maybe they look over at a fridge or something and, with a something about another crime or shit, one of y'all out in the world to put up there on those, and it gives them pause, and then they don't go and commit the fucking crime. You never know. Little things, right? Little things. You just never know, do you? Anyway, also, fun notes. Fun note. Y'all will not believe what one of the stores is selling. Oh yeah. Tiny little Lowe's buckets. uh, fucking fabulous. Bitch, don't test me. Anyway, um, I need about 20 more. Oh, the funny part is when he wants. You can't. They've always predicated it on something that was bullshit anyway, but for that reason is why I need like 20 more of these anyway. I think I'm gonna put like little lights like this. Just buy some tiki stuff like the one accused me of being in a tiki hut the other day here in the office. Just be like, bitch, test me. Test me. Swear to God. And then again, I thought about getting a bunch of them. And look, they even come in a little wood antiquary. As like the seed starters and things, just filling up to get sprouts going. That would be cute, special or air plants. That'd be cute. But they're selling them. I just love it. It's great. I thought it was fucking hilarious. You know. So don't test me. I'll buy the tiny little fucking buckets. Yeah. Don't test me, homie. Alright. So anyway. Um and look, I did too. See, I left up all the real news sources that way to show the multiple pieces on somewhere. Um, different fridge models and different news pieces. Right, and then I tried to go to where, and then paused where Summer's face was. That way, you know. But anyway, I'm just saying, I encourage all of y'all in your own areas to do that for your own ministry and such inside of your own communities across the country or globally, whatever. But it seems like a good idea to me. High traffic areas, free billboard blip space, you know, ways to get eyes on real journalists and real information for law enforcement, for the cases, etc., and to reach locals out in your community. I mean, yeah, I feel like it's a good thing. Anywhere electronics supply, go do that. Okay. Also, and I don't think I'm gonna get to the two other stories I've been meaning to this time and the last time I was on, but I will tell you this. Okay, they didn't whatever around here half a year, but so I was walking a day or two ago in between places. Um, And no, we're not gonna do that. All right. And this is sort of what goes down, right? Walking. It hits me that something's a little off. Right? A little off in the roadway.